Disturbing encounters experienced by park rangers while on duty are shared. A chilling atmosphere is created, drawing viewers into the unsettling realities of the wilderness. My name is Ranger Thomas Keegan, and I have been stationed at Yellowstone National Park for almost 15 years. That is a considerable amount of time for anyone to spend in the backcountry. Long enough to memorize the landscape as if it were the lines on your own hand. I know the rhythm of the seasons here, the way the wildflowers break through the thawing soil in May, the particular calls of coyotes as they raise pups in early summer, and the bone deep silence that comes with the first snowstorm in November. I know every sound this place produces, every coyote yip, every elk boogle, every owl call, even the strange groan of trees swaying against one another in the wind. That knowledge has always been a source of comfort, a sense of belonging in an environment where most people feel small and out of place. Yet despite all of my familiarity, there was one sound I could not place, and it has stayed with me ever since. It happened in late October, a night that was colder than usual, with the sort of brittle chill that creeps into your jacket no matter how tightly you pull it around yourself. I had been patrolling a stretch of trail that bordered one of the larger valleys, an area that tends to draw a lot of wildlife when the herds are moving down from higher elevations. Around midnight, I heard the first sound. A boogle, unmistakable in tone, the haunting call of a bull elk echoing across the valley. I have heard thousands of elk bugles in my career, and though they can sound otherworldly to a newcomer, they are as familiar to me as a human whistle. But this one was different. The first time it carried across the ridge, I thought nothing of it. I made a note in my head of the direction and kept walking. Yet as I listened, I realized it wasn't ending. The call went on, longer than any elk should have breath for, stretching into an unbroken note that rose higher and higher in pitch. I stopped where I stood, boots crunching into the frost, bitten dirt of the trail, and I waited. The sound warped, climbing past the register of an elk bugle until it became something else entirely. A scream, hollow and jagged, cutting off in mid-note with a violence that made me flinch. I have always prided myself on being steady in strange situations. Rangers encounter all sorts of things: hikers screaming for help, animals caught in traps, tourists testing the limits of their own stupidity. But this was different, not merely unusual, but wrong. I felt it in my chest, the way you feel thunder before you hear it. Against my better judgment, I followed the sound. The valley floor was washed in moonlight when I emerged into the clearing. That is where I saw it. At first, I thought it was just an elk standing alone. In the silver grass, massive antlers, casting long shadows in the pale light. But then I noticed its legs. They were too thin, too elongated, like stilts rather than the sturdy limbs of an elk. The longer I looked, the more unnatural they appeared, as though someone had stretched them out of proportion. My breath caught in my throat, and the instinct to step back pulled at me, though I forced myself to remain still. Then it turned its head. Slowly, deliberately, the animal rotated its skull, until its eyes fixed on me. Normally, elk eyes glow a dull yellow in reflected light. These did not. They glowed a deep, unsettling red, like coals in a dying fire. The clearing seemed to darken around it, as though the very light of the moon resisted falling on its body. I whispered to myself that it was a trick of the light, that fatigue was making me see things strangely. My hand brushed against the radio at my hip, but for reasons I could not explain, I didn't reach for it. A sense of stillness had gripped me, as though making a sound would trigger something I wasn't prepared for. The elk, or whatever it was, opened its mouth. What came out was not the sound of an animal. It was my voice. Clear, precise, unmistakable, as though a recording had been played back to me. Thomas. The sound carried across the clearing with unnatural clarity, and every hair on my body stood on end. I cannot convey the violation of hearing your own name, spoken aloud in your own voice, not by your own lips, but by something else entirely. My knees locked in place, and I could not move, could not think of what to do. The creature closed its mouth again, never breaking eye contact, and then it did something even more impossible. It smiled. The mouth, stretched wider than it should have, teeth glinting in the moonlight. I had never imagined an elk could smile. But this was a deliberate, human-like expression dripping with intent. That was when instinct finally returned to me. I stepped back, slowly at first, then with quickened pace until I was nearly running. I didn't look back into the clearing. Not once, though I could feel its eyes burning into my back as surely, as if a spotlight had followed me. When I reached the tree line, I nearly tripped over my own boots in my haste to escape. By the time I reached the ranger station, I was trembling so violently that I spilled half the coffee I tried to pour into a mug. I didn't radio it in, didn't tell a soul what I had seen. I just sat there, wide-eyed and sleepless, replaying the sound of my own voice, echoing back at me from that thing's mouth. And the strangest part, the next morning, when I worked up the nerve to return to that clearing, there were no tracks, no sign that any elk, or anything else, had ever stood there. The frost on the grass was undisturbed. The earth was untouched. But I know what I saw, and I know it knew my name. I did not file a report that morning. I wrote up a harmless note about frost damage, near a culvert and a reminder to replace a missing mile marker. Then I sat at my desk and watched the wall clock chew through minutes. Every time the second hand clicked, I felt that clearing open under me again like thin ice. My coffee went cold. I poured another and it went the same way. Around 10, I left the station and took a slow drive toward the valley, telling myself I was checking a trail for windfall. It was a bright, colorless day, the kind that makes every shadow look too sharp. The clearing was there, of course, grass silvered by the sun, lodgepoles standing like a crowd with their backs turned. No tracks, no churned soil, nothing broken. I walked the edge in a widening spiral, eyes on the ground. Nothing. The stillness felt staged. I stayed long enough to feel foolish. Then I moved on. That should have been the end of it. Work fills a day if you let it. I helped a couple from Nebraska find the hot springs loop, checked a trailhead box, picked up a bag of snack wrappers at a pullout where the ravens gossip. In the afternoon, I took the long route back, windows open to the cold. Somewhere in the pines, a woodpecker hammered a steady rhythm. A squirrel scolded me. Wind hissed through dead grass. Every sound fell into place the way a good map does. For the first time since the night before, I breathed a little easier. At the station, I found Ranger Paytall leaning over the duty log, chewing on a pen cap. She glanced up. "You look like you slept in your truck." "I didn't sleep," I said, realizing it was too direct. "Long night." She gestured at the logbook. "Weird calls last night. 3 separate reports of a siren sound near the valley. I'm guessing elk have been practicing." She smiled to show she meant it as a joke. I forced one back. Probably a bull feeling poetic. She went back to the page. One report said it went on for 5 minutes. That's some breath control. I signed my initials and turned away before I could ask her to play me the recordings. I told myself I didn't want the noise in my head. The truth was smaller and uglier. I didn't want confirmation. I wanted a bad dream with clean edges. That night the temperature dropped hard. Frost dusted the porch rail of my cabin like sifted sugar. I made soup and ate it standing at the sink, watching my breath fog the window. The radio on the counter hissed with routine chatter. Voices of people who existed as long as the battery did. When I switched it off, the silence landed heavy. I set the bowl in the sink and reached for the radio again, then stopped and walked away from it like it could bite me. Sleep didn't come. I read a book about birds and forgot each paragraph as I turned it. I checked the lock on the door twice, then a third time because the second felt flimsy. Around 2, the cabin shifted with a gust, and I sat up, heartbeat like a fist in my throat. I told myself to lie back down. I told myself I was embarrassing. Then I heard the first note. The bugle came thin through the glass, distant enough to be safe. I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. An elk. Just that. Except it didn't end. It kept going past where the lungs should stop, past where the throat should want air, past the shape of an animal sound into something stretched too tight. I stood in the middle of the cabin, with my hands at my sides like a child at attention. The note climbed and shook the window a little and died all at once. I didn't move. You can live in a place for 15 years and not know how dark it can get until the light goes out inside your chest. I counted to 10. Then I picked up the radio and thumbed the power on and held it close to my mouth, not to speak, but to feel the rectangle of it, the weight, the fact of something that worked, because it was built to. Static breathed in my ear like wind through dry needles. A voice came through, clear as bell metal. My voice. "Thomas." I clicked the radio off so hard my thumb hurt. The cabin held its breath. A second passed, then 2. The radio, unpowered, spoke again. "Thomas." The word did not come from the speaker this time. It came from the door. I have faced cougars at dusk, and bison in a bad mood, and tourists who believed the rules were for other people. I have moved slow when I wanted to run and calm, when my heart wanted to gallop. Nothing teaches you how to walk to your own door when your name is standing on the other side of it. I lifted the latch. The cold came in like a hand. The porch stood empty. Frost glimmered, unmarked. The pines kept their counsel. Far down the hill, at the edge of the meadow, the sound began again. Not a bugle, a laugh. Mine. I slept in the chair with the lamp on and woke feeling older. Morning was clean and ordinary. I made coffee and burned my tongue and took the long road to the station because the short one cut closer to the meadow than I liked. The dispatcher waved me over before I had my hat off. "Hey, Keegan. 5 calls about a weird call last night. People said they heard a person yelling their own name. Some kind of prank. Probably kids with a Bluetooth speaker," I said. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone who didn't want to know the punchline. "Maybe set a patrol near the valley tonight. Just to show the flag," she said. "Sure," I said, and the word felt like signing a contract I hadn't read. Before noon, I signed out 2 trail cams and an audio recorder. Gear is a good refuge. It requires decisions, angle, height, line of sight, memory capacity, timestamps. I drove to the valley and hiked in, moving careful on frozen soil. I placed the first camera on a lodgepole at the southern edge, pointed toward the center of the clearing. I mounted the second at the western side, angled to catch anything entering from the tree line. I staked the recorder on a small tripod halfway between them, the way you might set a plate at an empty chair. On the way back, I cut through a stand of aspen and saw a shape that lifted the hair along my arms. It was only a windfall birch, peeled by elk teeth into ribbons. But the scoring in the wood ran in parallel lines, too neat and even, like writing rendered in a script I almost recognized. I reached out and touched one groove. The cold bit deep. For a moment, without warning, I remembered my father bending to tie my boots before my first day of school, his fingers chapped and careful. The memory left me dizzy, like stepping off a curb you didn't see. I took my hand away and stood until the world steadied. I told myself a story on the walkout. It went like this: some smug kid with a speaker was enjoying the echo in the valley. Elk get weird in the rut. Cold air does strange things to sound. You can fit almost anything into the frame if you cut off the parts that don't fit. I reached the truck and held that story in my head like a talisman. The afternoon moved like any other. A school group came through, and I reminded them not to approach bison even if the animals looked gentle. An elderly man asked me the name of a bird, and I told him it was a Clark's nutcracker. I ate a sandwich at my desk, and the radio hummed and flirted and argued around me. By dusk, the sky went the flat leaden color. That means the cold has plans. I signed out the keys to a spare truck and drove back to the valley. I took up a position on the ridge above the clearing, with the truck parked under a screen of trees and the headlights off. I had a thermos of coffee and the radio on my collar and the camera monitor in my lap. The air smelled like penny iron. The first stars came out in a scattered handful. The recorder's red LED winked like an insect. I sat and listened to the dark. The bugle began at 9. This time it started the way it should, a clean sound thrown across distance. It lulled me, just for a second, into thinking the world was back on its rails. Then it stretched. It climbed and lifted and kept climbing until it carried a texture like tearing metal. I watched the monitor. The clearing lay empty and clean infrared. "Thomas," my voice said behind me, soft as advice. I turned slow. The ridge was bare. My breath looked like a ghost trying to escape. I faced forward again and the monitor jumped. A white smear crossing from left to right, too fast to be an animal. I rewound 4 seconds and stepped through frame by frame. On the 5th frame, the clearing held a tall shape at its edge. In the 6th, it was closer, limbs spider, long, head tilted at an angle that would break a spine. In the 7th, nothing. My hands had gone slick. I keyed the radio, meaning to whisper that I was on site, that everything was under control, that I was exactly the kind of professional who could be trusted with a bad feeling. Static hissed, and then my voice came back to me through the speaker, calm and official. Unit 12 at Valley Ridge. Subject in sight. Requesting backup. I had not said those words. I swore and snapped the volume down. The speaker kept going. "Copy that. Dispatch. Subject approaching." Repeat, "Approaching." I killed the power. The voice kept going, now not the radio at all, but the air around my head, the trees at my back, the ground under my boots. Approaching. Down in the clearing, something moved like a sheet being pulled across a bed. The monitor's IR washed the grass in pale. A shadow that had no source crept toward the recorder and paused, as if reading the small red light, the way my eyes had. My name spoke from behind my teeth. I realized I'd been clenching, my jaw so hard my molars ached. I stood because sitting made me feel like prey. My legs were heavy, and I had to tell each one to move. I made it 5 steps along the ridge before a second voice rose from the valley. It was my father's voice, the exact timbre of a man who had been gone 8 years. "Tummy," he called, a name I had not heard since I was a boy. Shame flushed hot and quick, because part of me wanted to answer. "Tommy, don't run." I made the mistake of looking up. Moonlight brushed the clearing in a way that liked edges. The thing stood where the recorder winked. It had the outline of an elk, but too tall, its legs too long by a third. Its head cocked like it was undecided about gravity. The red of its eyes was not a color an animal carries. It was a color from a stove coil, from a cigarette lighter, from a warning you only have to learn once. It opened its mouth. I did not hear an elk. I heard the dispatcher, crisp and competent. "All units, respond to Valley Ridge for officer assistance." Then, layered under that, my own breath. Then, laughter I remembered from a kitchen 20 years ago. Then the cough my father had the winter before he died. It was making a nest out of sounds. I recognized and building itself a home there. I took another step along the ridge, and something answered me in the brush to my left. A rustle. Quick, close. I swung the flashlight, and the beam found nothing but winter grass. When I panned back toward the clearing, the thing was gone. The monitor showed an empty meadow and a recorder blinking to itself. The boogle started again, wrong from the first second. Headlights swept the far hill. A truck bounced onto the service road and stopped. My stomach turned. I had not called anyone. But here we were. The truck's door opened and a man's shape climbed out. He cupped his hands and called into the dark. "Keegan, you out there?" His voice was almost right. Almost. A hair too clean. A hair too much like a recording dropped into the world instead of a person spending it on breath. I raised my hand and did not wave. The shape on the road did not move like a person. It moved the way a puppet does when the strings want to show off. It took 3 smooth steps forward, and his head turned too far. Checking the tree line in a sweep, no neck should allow. The red at the edge of the clearing brightened, like coals teased. For a moment, the simple solution tempted me. Call out, make contact. Bring a real person into the frame and let reality stick to him. Then the thing on the road cocked its head the way the elk had. Somewhere between us, in the trees, something laughed again in my voice. I put 2 fingers in my mouth and whistled once. The sharp note we use on the trail to say stop now. The figure paused. I backed toward the truck, slow. Hands in view for the benefit of anything that might think I was presenting a reason not to follow. My boot heel slid on frost. The radio on my collar clicked to life, though it had no power. "Thomas," it said, and then, in a whisper not shaped by any human throat, a word I didn't want. "Stay." I reached the truck and opened the door without looking away from the ridge. The thing on the road stood entirely still, as if waiting for a cue I could not hear. Down in the clearing, the recorder's light went out. The monitor went to a gray field of dead pixels, then came back for one frame, in which the clearing held nothing but grass, and a second frame, in which something tall moved close enough to the lens to blacken half the view, with what might have been the inside of a mouth. I got into the truck and started the engine and sat there with my hands on the wheel until I could name them as mine. The headlights washed the trees and showed me a world I recognized: bark, needles, snow at the bases of trunks. I put the truck in gear and eased it around, the way you'd move a boat away from a dock you didn't trust. I drove out slow and didn't look in the mirrors until the road bent and I had an excuse. Back at the station, I wrote one sentence in the log. Observed suspicious activity near Valley Ridge. Will review footage in daylight. I turned the page and let my hand rest on the paper until the heat from my skin made a faint oval of darker white. Then I closed the book. The room smelled like coffee in winter. Everyone else had gone home. The building settled around me, like an old animal choosing a place to sleep. We soon discovered why. I told myself I would come back with the cameras and listen to the recorder in a room with walls and lights, and the ordinary weight other people moving in and out. I told myself the day would explain the night, if I gave it the chance. I locked the station door and stepped out under a sky that had been hanging over this place before any of us gave it names. Somewhere out in the dark, A boogle started and curled up into itself too fast. I went home by the long road again and didn't turn on the radio. Morning did not arrive with clarity, the way I had promised myself it would. The sun was a dull coin in a sky the color of tin. I sat in my cabin chair with my boots, already laced, waiting for courage to come in the shape of daylight. It didn't. Instead, it came in the form of routine. When you work the backcountry long enough, duty is a tether check equipment, write the log, patrol the valley. The mind obeys the habit even when the heart revolts. I drove back out with the windows cracked, letting in the sharp air, hoping the cold would bite me awake. The trees stood quiet, frost whitening their lower trunks. I told myself it was only gear retrieval, nothing more. A pair of cameras, a recorder, a routine check. I repeated the phrase until it became less of a comfort and more of a charm. Something whispered to keep shadows at bay. The clearing greeted me as if nothing had happened. Grass silvered by frost, a thin mist clinging close to the ground. Lodgepoles forming a ring like guards at attention. My breath came visible and shallow. I moved first to the western edge, unclipping the trail camera from the tree. The strap was stiff with cold, and my fingers clumsy. I slipped it into the pack without checking the screen. Denial is easy. When you convince yourself there will be time later. The second camera was harder. The tree it was mounted to was scored, not with random elk rubs, but with gouges deliberate and parallel, as though something had dragged too many fingers down the bark in one long stroke. I forced myself not to linger. I worked the buckle free, shoved the camera into my bag, and moved quickly toward the tripod in the center of the clearing. That was when I stopped. The recorder was gone. In its place was a mark pressed into the frozen earth, the outline of a hoof, but too long, too narrow, toes splayed like a human hand forced into the wrong shape. The frost around it had melted, leaving a dark patch of damp soil. I crouched and touched it with one finger. The cold shot through me like ice water poured straight into my veins. I jerked back and nearly fell. Something moved at the tree line. Not much, just enough. A branch lifting without wind. A shadow bending forward, as if craning to see me. My throat tightened. I reached for the recorder out of habit, forgetting it wasn't there. My voice, when it finally came, sounded thin. "Who's there?" Silence answered. Then, faint but unmistakable, a laugh. My laugh. I turned and walked out of that clearing faster than I had meant to. The way you walk when you know running will break you. I didn't breathe properly until I was back at the truck, fingers white on the steering wheel. Back at the station. I carried the cameras into the equipment room and set them down like contraband. I should have reviewed the footage with another ranger present, filed a report, followed protocol. Instead, I waited until the others were gone, a station quiet except for the hum of the heater. I locked the door, pulled the shades, and turned the first camera on. The screen flickered to life, showing the clearing bathed in infrared. Hours of stillness passed in seconds as I fast-forwarded. Occasional rabbit, the shadow of an owl, nothing more. Then, near midnight, the frame warped. Not movement exactly, but a ripple, like heat haze across asphalt. The shape coalesced into something tall at the edge of the meadow. Legs far too long. A head that seemed to tilt until it was nearly upside down. The eyes glowed like two coals struck to life. I froze the frame. My own name whispered through the speakers, distorted, layered over itself, echoing from every direction. I muted the volume and sat back hard in my chair. The second camera confirmed it. Frame by frame, it showed the same shape, moving closer to the recorder, bending over it. One frame caught its mouth wide open. The inside of it was not black. It was filled with faces. Dozens, maybe hundreds, faint outlines of mouths and eyes. Human features swirling like smoke. Some of them looked like people I knew. One of them looked like me. I powered the camera off and stared at the blank screen until my own reflection wavered back at me. For the next week, I avoided the valley. I buried myself in paperwork, in trail maintenance, in guiding lost hikers back to their cars. At night, I slept with the lamp on, the radio beside me though I never switched it on. I told myself it had been enough. I had seen what I had seen. I had evidence. Nothing required me to return. Then came the hiker, a young man, late 20s, red jacket, wide eyes. He stumbled into the station pale as chalk, saying he had heard something in the valley. A bugle that had turned into a scream. His voice cracked as he described it, and my stomach sank as if pulled by a rope. I wanted to tell him he was mistaken. That sounds carry strangely in the cold, that he should go home and forget it. But the truth was in his face. He had heard it. He had brushed against the same nightmare that had touched me. That night, lying in my bed, I understood something simple and brutal. Whatever it was out there, it wasn't finished with me. The next evening, against every instinct, I went back. The sky was bruised purple, the moon swollen and low. I parked at the ridge and walked down into the clearing, with nothing but a flashlight and a sidearm I knew would mean nothing. The frost cracked under my boots. The air smelled faintly of copper. I stood in the center and said my own name out loud. The silence that followed was absolute, the kind of silence that devours. My breath plumed in front of me, fading like smoke. Then, slowly, the sound began. Not a bugle this time, not even a scream. It was the sound of my own voice, reciting my own life. Word for word, memory for memory. My first day on patrol, my father teaching me to fish. The argument I had with my brother, the year before he stopped speaking to me. It spilled out of the tree line, surrounding me, weaving my history into the night. I wanted to cover my ears, but I couldn't move. The thing stepped into the clearing, taller than before, thinner, its legs bending wrong. Its mouth moved in time with the words, my life. When it reached the part where it spoke my name, for the first time it stopped. Silence closed around us like a fist. Then, softly, it spoke one new word. Not borrowed, not stolen. A word that belonged only to it. Stay. The ground seemed to tilt. My knees buckled. The flashlight dropped and rolled, its beam catching the twisted shine of antlers that spread wider than any crown. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw faces caught in them. Dozens of them, each one frozen mid-cry. I don't remember how I left the clearing. I don't remember reaching the truck. I only remember the sound of the door slamming and the engine roaring to life. My own breath loud enough to drown everything else. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door and leaned against it, chest heaving. I tell myself I will leave, that I will transfer out, hand in my resignation, go anywhere but here. Yet I don't. Each morning, I lace my boots and go back. Because this is my post, my ground, my woods. 15 years of knowing every call, every track, every shadow. I am supposed to belong here. But at night, when the bugle starts and carries too long into the dark, I know the truth. The forest does not belong to me. It never did. And now something else knows my name. My name is Ranger Emily Vargas, and I have been stationed at Glacier National Park for nearly a decade. I am 36 years old, originally from Arizona, and I joined the national park service because the wilderness always called to me louder than cities ever could. For most of my life, I have felt at home in places where the trees press close and the mountains rise like silent watchmen. In my years here, I have seen wolves moving across the ridges, grizzlies with cubs, and moose large enough to dwarf any vehicle on the road. I know the signs they leave behind in the snow, the sounds of their calls, and the rules of respect that keep both humans and animals alive. I am not a woman easily unsettled. Yet one winter night, during the deepest snow of the season, I encountered something that tore at the edges of my reason, something I have not spoken of until now. It was mid-January, the type of night when the cold is so sharp it feels like glass against the skin. The snow lay deep along the trails, and most visitors had long since gone home or moved closer to the lodges. I was conducting a perimeter check, following the service road that curved around the western ridge, my boots crunching into the hard crust of snow with every step. The air was still and dry, carrying sound like a bell. That is why the first noise I heard stopped me dead in my tracks. They were wolf tracks, large and clear in the snow. At first glance, I thought nothing of it. Wolves are not uncommon in Glacier, and their prints are as familiar to me as my own. But as I knelt to study them, a frown tugged at my face. The impressions were deep, unnaturally deep, as though whatever had left them weighed far more than a wolf should. And the stride was long, too long, each step spaced further apart than even the largest alpha could manage. I followed them, curiosity outweighing unease, telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. For nearly half a mile, I tracked those prints through the snow, my flashlight beam bouncing across drifts and branches heavy with frost. At first they looked right, 4 toes, claws, the padded oval of a wolf's paw. But as the trail continued, I noticed something that stopped me cold. The prints began to change. The shape narrowed, the claws shortened, and the weight distribution shifted. It was subtle at first, but undeniable. The animal had begun walking on 2 legs. I stared down at the line of tracks, my breath clouding in the beam of my light. 2-legged strides, long and even, as though a man with enormous feet had simply risen from the ground and walked away. A rational part of me whispered, possibilis a prankster, a misinterpretation of overlapping tracks, snow distortion. Yet the deeper part of me, the one that has lived in these woods and knows their moods, rejected them. Something was wrong. I wanted to turn back. I should have turned back, but my training urged me forward, insisting I confirm what I saw, that I gather evidence and resolve the question. I tightened my gloves, adjusted the strap of my pack, and pressed onward. The night pressed close, heavy and silent, my footsteps muffled in the snow. The further I went, the more my skin prickled. The ancient animal part of me, whispering that I was being watched. Then, without warning, I noticed something else. A second set of tracks had appeared. Not ahead of me, not trailing behind. They ran parallel to mine, as though someone had been walking beside me the whole time. I froze, heart hammering in my chest, the breath catching in my throat. The snow was undisturbed, except for those prints mine, and the ones that mirrored them exactly. I swung my flashlight in a wide arc, but the trees stood quiet, unmoving, shadows falling in strange patterns across the ground. I forced myself to keep walking, though now each step felt heavier, deliberate, as though moving too quickly would invite pursuit. My ears strained for any sound, but there was nothing. Not a breath of wind, not the crack of a branch, not the distant call of an owl. The silence was complete, suffocating, unnatural. Every few yards I glanced down. The prints were still there, perfectly aligned, with mine pacing me like a shadow given weight. When I reached the bend in the trail, I made the mistake of stopping. My light flicked across the snow, back and forth, until it landed on the place just beside me. The tracks ended abruptly, as though the walker had stepped out of existence mid-stride. No scatter, no fade, just gone. My mouth went dry, my throat tight. Slowly, I lifted the beam of the flashlight toward the trees. And that is when I saw it. Standing between the trunks was a shape, tall and lean, the snow reaching nearly to its knees. Its posture was wrong, too straight, too rigid, like a man forcing himself into stillness. But its head caught the light, and in that instant I knew it was no man. Two pale eyes glowed, reflecting like an animal's, but wider, unblinking, fixed directly on me. My breath came short, clouding in front of my face, and for a moment neither of us moved. Then, impossibly, it bent forward, lowering itself onto four limbs, and without sound it slipped into the dark of the forest. I stood paralyzed, the beam of my flashlight shaking in my hand, heart pounding so loud it drowned every other thought. The snow around me lay, undisturbed except for my own tracks, and the silence pressed back with crushing weight. I knew I had to leave, but I could not bring myself to turn my back. Slowly, step by step, I walked backward along the trail, flashlight fixed on the trees. The shadow of that thing lingered in every branch, every drift of snow. When at last the service road opened into the lot, where my truck was parked, I nearly collapsed against the door. My fingers fumbled the keys, my breath ragged in the still night. I forced the engine to life and drove with the headlights cutting sharp paths through the dark. too fast for the icy roads, but not fast enough to escape. The image burned into my mind. Even as I reached the safety of the station, locked the doors, and sat trembling in the harsh glow of fluorescent lights, I could still see it. The prints beside mine, the glowing eyes in the trees, the silence that followed me like a shroud. I told no one that night. Some things lie heavier in memory when spoken aloud, and I was not ready to give it more weight. But the forest remembers, and I fear it is not finished with me yet. The following morning, I stood at the station's window and stared at the trail map pinned against the corkboard. My coffee went untouched, steam curling faintly in the air before dissolving. The red line that marked the service road wound straight into the western ridge, and every time my eyes traced it, my chest tightened. I had written a routine report, nothing more than a note about snowpack depth and trail access. Nowhere in the document did I mention tracks that turned from paws to footprints. Nowhere did I mention glowing eyes or the silence that felt too deliberate. The truth was that I wanted to bury it, to let the night dissolve into the fog of memory. But memory has sharp edges, and mine cut every time I blinked. By midday, I was restless. The ranger in me, the professional who has spent years cataloging scat and fir tufts and broken branches, wanted proof. If it was an animal, the snow would hold its story. Tracks never lie. And so I armed myself with rational thought, strapped on snowshoes, and went back toward the ridge. The sun sat pale and low, casting thin shadows across the drifts. Every crunch of my steps echoed too loudly, as though the forest was listening. The first mile revealed nothing unusual. A rabbit crossed ahead, its bounding prints soft in the powder. A raven croaked from above. Normal things, grounding things. But as I approached the bend, where the tracks had shifted the night before, unease coiled again in my stomach. I slowed, scanning the ground. The snow was clean smooth, as if erased. No prints, no sign. Only silence so complete I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I told myself the night had played tricks on me. Shadows, overlapping animal trails, exhaustion. Yet as I turned to leave, I noticed something that froze me in place. On the trunk of a nearby pine, just above my eye level, were 4 long gouges. They ran parallel, deep enough to strip bark down to raw wood. They were fresh. The shavings still clung to the snow below. Flecks of red, brown against the white. I reached out a gloved hand and stopped short. The grooves were too far apart for any wolf, too deliberate for wind damage. They looked like claws, only longer, more precise, as though something had written its mark across the tree. I backed away slowly, my breath catching in the cold air. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to walk, to keep my posture controlled. Predators chase what flees. I repeated that mantra all the way back to the station, where I locked the door behind me and sat in the chair until my legs stopped trembling. That night, the first call came in. A couple staying at one of the lodges reported hearing something strange on the ridge. A scream, they called it, though they admitted it sounded part animal, part human. I told the dispatcher I would check it in the morning. When the second call came, This one from a swore who swore he had seen a man-shaped figure running on all fours near the trail. I found myself gripping the radio so tightly my knuckles ached. I lied and said it was likely a moose startling in deep snow. My voice sounded calm, professional. Inside, I was unraveling. Sleep refused me. I lay awake in my cabin, staring at the wooden beams above me, the silence pressing against my ears until I could hear the faint hum of my own blood. At 2 a.m, I gave up, wrapped myself in a coat, and sat at the small table with the radio in front of me. I did not switch it on. I only listened to the stillness, waiting for a sound I didn't want. When it finally came, it was so soft I thought I imagined it. A footstep outside, slow and deliberate, crunching in the frost. Then another. Then silence. I held my breath. Eyes locked on the door, every muscle taut. The footsteps resumed, circling the cabin now, each one careful, patient, as though testing me. I reached for the radio, then froze when a voice drifted through the wood. My own voice. Emily. The syllables stretched in the night air heavy, wrong. It said my name again, softer, almost coaxing. My hands shook as I gripped the edge of the table. I wanted to shout, to demand it leave, but fear sealed my mouth. The steps continued for a while longer, then faded into nothing. I sat there until the first gray light seeped into the sky, unwilling to move. The next day, I told no one. Who would believe me? My colleagues would nod politely, then trade glances behind my back. Rangers pride themselves on logic, on evidence. But I could not ignore what I had heard. Instead, I set out a plan. I borrowed 2 trail cams from equipment, shed and packed an audio recorder. I told myself I was gathering proof. That sunlight would make me braver. By afternoon, I was back on the ridge, my boots sinking into softening snow. I placed one camera facing the bend, where the tracks had changed, another further down the slope, and set the recorder in the clearing itself. When I was finished, I looked at the trees and felt watched, always watched. The following evening, as the sun bled out behind the mountains, I returned to collect the equipment. My breath caught as I approached the clearing. The recorder was no longer where I had left it. In its place lay a single footprint, pressed sharp into the snow. It was large, elongated, with 5 distinct toes ending in pointed gouges, the heel narrow and human-like. I crouched to study it, heart thundering, when a sound rippled through the trees. A low, guttural growl that climbed into a laugh. My laugh. Every muscle in my body stiffened. Slowly, I rose, eyes fixed on the tree line, but there was nothing. Only shadows and silence. I snatched the cameras and fled, not daring to glance behind me. At the station, I shut myself in the equipment room and reviewed the footage in shaking hands. The first camera showed hours of stillness. Then, near midnight, a distortion. The outline of a figure stepping into frame, tall, thin, its movements jerky, unnatural. For one moment its eyes caught the infrared, glowing like embers. I paused the video and felt bile rise in my throat. The second camera confirmed it. Something crawling on all fours, its limbs too long, its body stretched in ways no body should be. Frame by frame it advanced toward the recorder. then turned, staring directly into the lens, as though it knew I would one day watch. The mouth opened wide, and there was no sound. I swore I could see the shape of a word forming on its lips. Emily. I slammed the laptop closed, my chest heaving, the silence around me suddenly deafening. I could not breathe. For the first time in my career, I wanted to run from this place, to abandon the trails and the valleys that had once felt like home. Yet I stayed, rooted by duty, or perhaps by something darker. A need to understand, even at the cost of my own sanity. For the next 3 nights, I avoided the ridge, throwing myself into busywork, clinging to normalcy. But the calls kept coming. Visitors hearing screams that stretched too long, voices repeating names in the dark, shadows moving against the snow. The reports all pointed to the same valley, the same ridge, my ridge. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me deeper than the cold air, that whatever it was waiting for me. I tried to ignore the ridge. I told myself I could last until spring, when the snow would thaw, when the tourists would return and drown out the silence with laughter and questions about trail distances. I worked the lower routes, busied myself with paperwork, spoke in clipped tones on the radio. But the forest does not forget, and neither did I. On the 4th night after reviewing the footage, I was woken by the radio on my nightstand. It was switched off, yet static hissed into the room. I sat upright, the hair rising on my arms, staring at the dark rectangle as the sound sharpened. Then, through the crackle, came a voice. My voice. Emily. I shoved the radio off the table. It hit the floor and went silent. But by then I already knew I couldn't run from it anymore. It had followed me here, to the cabin, to the thin walls and the weak lock. The only way forward was to meet it where it lived. The ridge. The clearing. The next evening. I gathered my pack with hands that shook despite the weight of my decision. A flashlight, spare batteries, a flare gun, my sidearm. None of it felt like enough. The sky was bruised purple by the time I reached the trailhead, and the first stars pricked through the darkening blue. The cold was sharp, cutting into my lungs, but it steadied me. Each breath felt like a vow. I would face it, whatever it was. The service road wound higher, the snow crunching under my boots. At the bend, I slowed. The forest pressed in close, the silence oppressive, unnatural. I stepped into the clearing and felt the air change, heavy, electric, as though I had stepped across an unseen threshold. My breath fogged, hanging longer than it should, refusing to fade. I stood in the center and spoke my own name. Emily Vargas. My voice cracked against the trees. I know you're here. For a long moment, nothing answered. Only stillness, wide and suffocating. Then came the first sound, the low whistle of wind through branches. Only there was no wind. The whistle bent upward, stretching, unraveling into a sound I knew too well. A wolf's howl. Then another, and another. Layered together, circling me, though the snow remained unbroken in every direction. The howls twisted, rising into a chorus of voices. Not wolf, not human, something in between. They merged until the sound formed syllables, words. Leave. The ground seemed to pulse beneath my boots. The trees swayed though no breeze moved them. My heart hammered, my throat tight, but I forced myself to stand tall, to keep the light of my flashlight fixed on the tree line. No, I whispered, though the words sounded small. A laugh answered me. My laugh, warped and hollow, echoing from the shadows. Then, from the northern edge of the clearing, it stepped out. At first, it mimicked a wolf, its body long and low, moving on 4 limbs. But as it entered the light, it rose, uncoiling onto 2 legs, towering and thin, its limbs impossibly stretched. Its head tilted to the side, eyes glowing red, brighter than coals. The smile that split its face was deliberate, human in shape, wrong in meaning. Emily, it said, my own voice perfectly echoed. My grip tightened on the flashlight, on the sidearm at my hip. Logic screamed at me to run, but something deeper, primal, furious, rooted me in place. I raised the gun and fired into the air, the shot cracking like a whip. The sound should have echoed across the valley, but it didn't. It died as soon as it left the barrel, swallowed by the night. The thing laughed again, and this time it didn't sound like me. It sounded like my mother, soft and familiar, the voice I hadn't heard in years. Come home, Emily. I shook my head, rage sparking through the terror. You don't know me, I spat. You don't get to wear their voices. Took a step forward, each movement wrong, joints bending too far, the snow untouched beneath its feet. I know you, it whispered, layers of voices weaving together. My own, my mother's, the dispatchers, strangers I could not name. I know you. The air pressed down on me, heavy as water. I fumbled for the flared gun, raised it, and fired. The red light burst upward, bathing the clearing in fire, glow. For the first time, I saw it fully. Its body was stretched, skin tight across bones that bent at angles no skeleton should. The antlers branching from its head were twisted, jagged, dripping with frost. And within the cavern of its mouth, faces swirled like smoke, mouths open in endless screams. The flare fell, hissing into the snow. In the sudden darkness, it lunged. I stumbled back, firing blindly with the sidearm, my ears ringing. The muzzle flash illuminating flashes of that impossible grin. The bullets passed through it, punching holes in the trees beyond. It didn't bleed. It didn't falter. It only laughed, the sound drilling into my skull. Desperation drove me. I turned and ran, my boots sliding on the frozen ground, breath burning in my chest. Branches clawed at my arms, shadows shifting on every side. Behind me, the laughter chased, overlapping voices, rising in pitch until it was a scream. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The service road opened ahead, the faint glimmer of my truck a salvation. I hurled myself into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting through the dark. And there, at the edge of the beam, it stood. Still, smiling, antlers catching the light. It raised one long hand, splayed with too many fingers, and placed against the air as if against glass. My window fogged in the perfect shape of its palm. Emily, it whispered, my voice muffled through the glass. I floored the accelerator. The truck jolted forward, headlights sweeping across empty snow. The thing was gone. I didn't slow until I reached the station. I sat in the lot with the engine idling, chest heaving, hands gripping the wheel until they ached. Around me, the world was quiet. Too quiet. I should have filed a report. I should have told someone, anyone. But I didn't. Instead, I locked the truck, stumbled into the station, and collapsed in the chair, my body trembling. I told myself the cameras would hold proof, that I could show others, that the burden would not rest solely on me. But when I returned to the ridge at dawn, the clearing was empty. The cameras were gone. Only a single set of footprints remained, leading from the tree line to the center of the meadow. Two-legged strides, long, even. They ended exactly where I had stood the night before. Since then, I have not slept more than an hour at a time. Each night, I hear it. Sometimes from the ridge, sometimes closer. Sometimes it is outside my cabin, circling slow, patient, waiting. Sometimes it speaks my name in the voices of those I love. Sometimes in my own. I am a ranger, sworn to protect this land. But there are things in these woods that do not belong to us. Things older, hungrier, and crueler than we can imagine. I have seen one, and it has seen me. And now it would not let me go. My name is Ranger Caleb Whitmore. I am 42 years old, born and raised in Montana. And the Rockies have been my backyard for as long as I can remember. I joined the National Park Service because I never wanted to leave these mountains behind. Over the years, I've come to know the forest the way you might know the rooms of your own home. The smell of lodgepole pine carried on the wind. The difference between the crunch of elk hooves and the lighter tread of mule deer. The low grunt of a black bear echoing down a hollow. I've encountered aggressive bears sometimes far too close for comfort. But nothing in my training or my life prepared me for the night when the rules of the forest seemed to break, and I realized that something inside these woods wasn't bound to the laws of nature at all. It was late August, a warm evening with the kind of silence that falls over the valleys when the summer crowds have finally gone home. A report had come in just after dusk. A bear had been spotted rummaging through a campsite along one of the remote trails. Normally, that sort of call was routine. Bears wander into campgrounds for food all the time, especially near the end of summer when they're fattening up for winter. Most times, a loud noise, a flare, or some rubber bullets are enough to drive them back into the trees. I've done it dozens of times. The trail wound dark and quiet as I hiked toward the site, the beam of my flashlight cutting pale circles through the undergrowth. When I arrived, the place looked like a storm had torn through it. Tents shredded, sleeping bags ripped open, food wrappers scattered like dead leaves. The cooler had been dragged across the dirt and ripped apart, its contents smeared across the ground. Whoever had been camping there had already cleared out, and that was a relief. At least I didn't have to worry about a panicked family stumbling back into danger. Then I heard it, a sound from the trees, heavy snuffling, claws raking wood. The sound of a bear, no mistaking it. I lifted the flare in my hand, thumb brushing the trigger, ready to send a streak of red light into the sky to startle it. My heart pounded steady but calm. This was routine. I'd done it before. That was when it spoke. At first, I thought it was a trick of the wind, a warped echo bouncing through the trees. But no. The sound was too clear, too deliberate. A single word, low and guttural, carried on a voice so deep it seemed to vibrate in my bones. Stay. The word froze me where I stood. My breath caught, my hand trembling on the flare. Bears growl, they grunt. They make sounds that can resemble speech if you want to hear it. But this wasn't resemblance. This was language. Clear English, deep as thunder. The flare almost slipped from my grasp. My mind reeled, every rational thought shouting that I had misheard. That exhaustion was playing tricks on me. But before I could move, the bear emerged from the tree line. Its fur was matted, clumped with burrs and dirt. Its shoulders hunched broad and massive as it lumbered into the clearing. But its eyes were what stopped me cold. They weren't the amber, brown of a black bear. They were black as coal, empty, gleaming like polished stone. The animal snorted, lifted its head, and spoke again. Stay. The sound was louder this time, rattling the air, a command more than a word. My muscles screamed to obey. Some primal part of me, older than thought, wanted to drop to my knees, to root my boots in the dirt, and never move again. The voice didn't just speak. It carried weight, like it was pushing into my skull, threading itself into my nerves. For a long, choking moment, I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. I just stared into those black eyes, the flare trembling in my fist. Then instinct took over. I ran. I don't remember making the choice. 1 second I was frozen in place. The next I was crashing through the undergrowth. Branches whipping at my arms, my breath tearing ragged in my throat. Behind me I heard it. Not the crashing charge of a bear, but something else. Something slower, deliberate, pacing me just beyond sight. And every few seconds, carried through the night, the word repeated. Stay. Sometimes it was guttural and human. Sometimes it was clearer, shaped into something almost familiar. Like a man's voice deepened into a growl. Once, I swore I heard it in my father's voice, though he's been gone for years. The trail blurred under my feet. I don't know how I made it back to the truck without breaking an ankle or collapsing. When I burst into the clearing of the trailhead, I didn't stop running until I slammed the door shut, locked it, and sat gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles. My chest heaved, my hands shook, and in the silence of the cab, I realized I was still clutching the flare. I never fired it. For a long time, I sat there, headlights stabbing the trail, waiting for the bear to appear. The forest remained dark and still. No movement, no sound, just the echo of that word still ringing in my skull. Deeper than thought, heavier than memory. Stay. I drove back to the station in silence, my hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't tell anyone. What was I supposed to say? That a bear had spoken to me, clear as any man. That its eyes were black pits that tried to pin me in place. They'd have laughed me out of the service, or worse, sent me to mandatory evaluations until I lost my post. But I know what I heard. I can still hear it now, years later, when the nights grow too quiet, when the wind dies and the forest holds its breath. Sometimes, walking a trail alone, I feel the weight of unseen eyes pressing against my back. And sometimes, faint and low, drifting between the trees, I hear it. Stay. And I don't. The morning after that patrol, I sat at my kitchen table staring into a mug of cold coffee, my hands refusing to stop shaking. Sleep had been impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the bear's black eyes, empty and gleaming like stones, and heard that voice pressing into me. Stay. It wasn't just memory. It was as though the sound had burrowed into me, replaying behind my ears, no matter how hard I tried to force it away. By noon, I decided I had to go back. That may sound reckless, but I've learned in this line of work that the longer you let fear fester, the deeper it digs in. Bears are real. They are flesh and blood. If I treated this like anything else, if I returned in daylight, collected evidence, looked with clearer eyes, maybe I could prove to myself that what I'd heard was just stress and exhaustion, twisting an ordinary encounter. The sun was pale when I parked the truck at the trailhead. Clouds rolled heavy over the peaks, carrying the threat of afternoon rain. I strapped on my pack, slung the camera around my neck, and hiked back toward the campsite. Each step felt heavier than the last. The site looked no less ruined in daylight. The tents were shredded, food wrappers scattered across the dirt. Coolers split open and dragged several yards away. But something about it felt off, even beyond the destruction. I'd seen bear damage before. Claw marks, teeth marks, paw prints scattered in the dirt. This wasn't quite that. The cooler had been torn open. Yes, but the claw marks were too neat, too deliberate, as if each line had been carved with precision. The tents weren't ripped in random shreds. They'd been sliced clean through. I crouched low, scanning for tracks. That was when I saw them. At first glance, they looked like normal bear prints. The broad pad, the 5 toes, the impression of claws. But when I leaned closer, my stomach turned. The shape wasn't right. The toes were too long, too narrow, almost finger-like. The claw marks dug deep, but the spacing was strange, unnatural. The prints led from the tree line, circled the campsite, and then trailed off back into the woods. I followed. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest grew. By the time I had gone 200 yards, the silence pressed hard against my ears again. The prints veered into a narrow hollow, damp and shadowed. There, wedged against a fallen log, I found something that froze me in place. A piece of fabric. It was torn, smeared with dirt. Stiff as though it had been left out in the elements for days. I picked it up, my throat tightening. It was the sleeve of a jacket. The kind hikers wore, the kind sold at every outfitter near the park. The color had faded, but stitched faintly inside the seam was a name tag. Ike. My stomach turned cold. I remember the missing persons bulletin from earlier that summer. A young man named Michael Reed. Last seen hiking near the western ridge. We had searched for him for days, found nothing. The search had eventually been called off. I stuffed the sleeve into my pack, my hands shaking, and turned back toward the trail. That was when I heard it. A sound low and guttural, rising from the trees around me. Stay, my blood froze. The word echoed through the hollow, deeper this time, carrying weight like the first time I'd heard it. My knees locked. I spun, flashlight beams sweeping though daylight still filtered faintly through the canopy. Nothing. Only trees, shadowed and silent. The word came again. Louder now. Stay. The voice wasn't just sound. It pressed against my chest, slid cold along my spine, made my muscles twitch as though they wanted to obey. My breath tore ragged in my throat. I ran. Branches whipped my arms. Roots caught at my boots. But I didn't stop. I sprinted back to the campsite, past the shredded tents, down the trail toward the truck. The voice followed, each repetition heavier, louder, until it seemed the forest itself was speaking with one tongue. Stay. 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 I burst into the clearing of the trailhead, gasping, sweat pouring down my neck. I slammed into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and fumbled the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I sped down the dirt road, gravel spitting from the tires. The voice faded only when the forest thinned, replaced by the rattle of my own heartbeat in my ears. Back at the station, I locked myself in the equipment room and pulled the sleeve from my pack. The fabric looked ordinary in the harsh fluorescent light, but the name stitched inside glared at me. I should have taken it straight to my supervisor, but what could I say? That I'd found it near a campsite destroyed by a bear that spoke in human words. I shoved the sleeve into a drawer and sat with my head in my hands until the clock told me hours had passed. That night, I stayed in my cabin, every light blazing. I told myself the daylight encounter had been my mind tricking me. Exhaustion again, nerves. I told myself bears don't speak. But sometime after midnight, as I sat staring blankly at the ceiling, I heard it again. Not outside, not in the trees, inside. The voice slithered from the corner of the room, low and guttural, wrapping around me like smoke. Stay. I whipped the flashlight toward the sound, my chest hammering. The corner was empty. Only shadows pressed against the walls. The voice didn't repeat. The silence that followed was worse. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I walked outside to find the frost disturbed. Prints circled the cabin. Broad, heavy clawed. Some looked like bear prints, but others stretched too long, the toes narrowing into something almost human. They led up to the door, pressed deep into the soil, then vanished. I realized then that it wasn't bound to that campsite. It wasn't bound to one part of the forest. It knew me now. It had followed. And whatever it wasn't finished. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. How could I? I'd been a ranger for over a decade, and I prided myself on being steady, reliable, the one others looked to when things went wrong. If I admitted I thought a bear had spoken to me, they'd strip my badge before I finished the sentence. So I swallowed it down and carried the weight in silence. But silence only makes the fear louder. The nights that followed blurred together. I barely slept. Every time the wind rattled the eaves or a branch tapped against the cabin wall, my stomach clenched. Sometimes, just before dawn, I thought I heard it again. Low, guttural, dragging the word across the air. Stay. I told myself it was imagination, exhaustion. But the prints in the frost told me otherwise. I woke 3 mornings in a row to find them circling the cabin. Some were bear prints, wide and heavy. Others stretched into shapes that were wrong. Longer toes, gouged claws that cut too deep. They always led away into the forest. Never toward the road, always into the trees. By the 4th night, I understood that waiting would only break me. Whatever it wasn't leaving. It wanted me to come to it. The thought chilled me to the bone, but a darker truth pressed. Harder if I didn't face it. Sooner or later it would come inside. And I had no faith that locks or light could keep it out. So I prepared. I strapped on my pack with shaking hands. Inside a flare gun, sidearm, extra rounds, headlamp, spare batteries, an audio recorder. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. If I didn't come back, someone would find my truck at the trailhead eventually. But some part of me already suspected I wouldn't be found at all. The forest swallowed me as soon as I stepped onto the trail. The air was still, the silence thick, every crunch of my boots too loud. My headlamp beam jittered with every breath, casting jerking shadows across the trees. I retraced the route to the ruined campsite. the memory of shredded tents and claw marks pulling me forward. The sight looked worse in the dark. The torn nylon flapped faintly in the breeze. Wrappers skittered across the dirt like insects. I set the recorder on the stump at the center and whispered into it, my voice hoarse. August 20, 9th, Ranger Caleb Whitmore. Unknown animal activity. My words shook. Possible threat. Then I waited. For a long while, nothing stirred. The silence pressed closer, the air heavy and metallic in my throat. Then, faintly, the sound came. Snuffling. Claws raking wood. The same sound that had lured me the first time. My pulse thudded against my ribs. I raised the flare gun, thumb tight on the trigger. The noise grew louder, closer, until it seemed to circle the site. I swung the beam left, right, heart hammering. The undergrowth shifted. Then, slowly it stepped into the light. The bear, massive shoulders hunched, fur matted, eyes black and gleaming. It moved with the deliberate weight of a predator, claws scraping the earth. My throat tightened as it fixed its gaze on me. For a heartbeat, I almost believed it was just a bear. Then it opened its mouth. Stay. The word shook the clearing. My legs locked, breath seizing. The voice was deeper now, layered with something else, a chorus under the word. The flare shook in my hands. Stay. It took a step closer. Its body rippled strangely in the light, as if a fur didn't quite fit, as if something beneath it was stretching to the surface. For a second, I swore I saw fingers in the paws, curling and uncurling like hands. I fired the flare. The red light screamed upward, hissing, showering the clearing in fire, glow. The bear reared, bellowing, a sound so twisted it curdled my stomach. It wasn't just a roar. It was laughter, guttural and jagged, layered with voices that weren't its own. Some were men, some women, some children. And mine. I heard my own voice laughing back at me. I staggered, yanking the sidearm from its holster. I fired once, twice, 3 times. The bullets ripped through it, but the bear didn't fall. It staggered, then straightened, eyes burning red now, glowing like embers. Blood didn't spill. Instead, the holes in its body rippled and closed, as though the flesh were smoke being drawn back into itself. The recorder blinked red on the stump, capturing everything. The bear turned its head slowly toward it. Then, without moving its legs, it slid closer, its mouth opening. Caleb, my own name in my own voice. Terror snapped something in me. I screamed and charged forward. Knife flashing in my grip. I slashed at its chest, felt the blade catch. Instead of tearing flesh, it sliced something dense, cold as ice. The bear shrieked, its body twisting unnaturally, limbs bending wrong, mouth gaping far too wide. The chorus of voices rose to a deafening pitch, rattling the trees, vibrating the ground beneath my boots. Faces rippled in its fur. Dozens, shifting, screaming. A man's face, a woman's, a child's, all hollow-eyed, mouths open. One of them was mine. I stumbled back, bile burning my throat. The bear lunged. Jaws splitting wider than bone should allow, teeth glinting in the red flare light. The word tore from its throat again, but now it was stretched, distorted, 1,000 voices at once. STY. I raised the knife again and drove it forward, screaming. The blade met resistance, sank into something solid. The voices broke into a shriek that split the clearing. Light flared around me, searing my eyes. I fell backward, the knife yanked from my hand. When I blinked through the pain, the bear was gone. Not dead, not fled. Gone. The clearing was empty. The recorder still blinked on the stump. My chest heaved as I staggered toward it, snatched it up, and ran. I didn't stop until I reached the truck, until I slammed the door shut and sped down the dirt road, with gravel spitting under the tires. Back at the station, I locked myself in the office and played the recorder. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped it. At first, the playback was normal. The sound of my breathing, the snap of branches, the flare firing. Then came the voices. My name. Lauter. The word, stay, repeated again and again, layered, distorted until the tape dissolved into static. I shut it off. I couldn't listen anymore. I never gave the recorder to anyone. It's still buried in the bottom of my locker. Batteries long dead. Sometimes I think about destroying it, but I can't bring myself to. Proof feels safer than denial, even if it's proof of something I wish I'd never seen. Weeks passed, but the fear never left. Even now, years later, I hear it sometimes. Walking alone on patrol, the forest too quiet, the silence pressing down. Sometimes, just on the edge of hearing, a voice slips through the trees. Stay. I never do. But I know one day it will be waiting. And when that day comes, I don't know if I'll be able to run. My name is Ranger Denise Holloway, and I have served as a park ranger at Shenandoah National Park for 11 years. I am 39 years old, originally from Kentucky, and I have spent much of my adult life among forests, valleys, and ridges where the silence feels almost alive. My job has taken me into places where few people venture, and I have learned to read the woods as though they were a language. Broken branches, claw marks on bark, the shift of birds that signals a predator nearby. I have seen bears rear on their hind legs and bluff charge closer than I care to remember. I have startled bobcats in the undergrowth, and I have seen a timber rattlesnake slither so silently across the trail that my boots nearly brushed its scales. I am no stranger to animals, to their beauty and their danger. But one night I saw something that was neither beauty nor danger as I have known it. It was something wrong. Something that even now refuses to leave me. It was early spring when it happened, the type of evening when the last light of day lingers, painting the ridges in amber, before the forest swallows everything in blue shadow. I was assigned to a night patrol near one of the service roads, a stretch that curves along a ridge before, dippingward a valley known for its fox population. I had walked it dozens of times before and never thought of it as anything more than a quiet route, a place where you might catch a glimpse of Refer darting through the underbrush if you were lucky. That evening, however, luck took on a darker shape. The first time I noticed the fox, it sat near the edge of the tree line, no more than 20 feet from me. Its orange coat glowed faintly in the fading light. Its bushy tail curled around its body. At first, I thought nothing of it. Foxes are curious creatures, often lingering longer than deer or coyotes. But what unsettled me was the stillness. It did not move as I passed, did not flick its ears or tilt its head. It simply watched me. Its eyes caught the dim light in a way that made them appear glassy and unblinking. I continued along the trail, telling myself it was nothing unusual. A bold fox, that was all. But a few hundred yards later, when I lifted my flashlight to scan the ridge, the beam landed on the same fox. Same posture, same unblinking stare. The brush of its tail across the ground like a mark in the dirt. My breath caught, and I paused, scanning the trail behind me. I had walked steadily, without pause, and there was no way it could have moved ahead of me so quickly, without my hearing it. Yet there it was, exactly as before. I tried to shake it off. Animals can be unpredictable, I told myself. Perhaps there were two, and I had mistaken one for the other. I pressed on, boots crunching into the gravel, hands tight on the straps of my pack. But every few hundred yards, when I lifted my light, the fox appeared again. Always the same distance from me, always in the same position, as though waiting. My pace quickened. The air felt heavy, the forest strangely hushed, no chirp of insects, no flutter of night birds. Finally, after the fourth time I saw it, I stopped. My patience cracked under the weight of dread pressing down on me. I raised my flashlight and fixed it on the fox. Its fur gleamed orange, its eyes like polished stones, unblinking in the harsh light. I whispered to myself, "You're just an animal, that's all." But deep down, I knew it wasn't true. The fox shifted then, and my breath froze. Slowly, unnaturally, it rose onto its hind legs. Not the brief balancing act I had seen canids do when curious. No. This was deliberate, steady, a posture meant to mimic something it should not. Its back straightened, its forelegs hung like arms, its head cocked slightly to the side as though studying me. I felt every hair on my body rise with primal alarm. Then it opened its mouth. What came out was not a bark, not a cry, not the yip of a fox at dusk. It was a voice, a human voice, and not just any human voice. It was my mother's. "Go home, Denise," it said. The words were perfect, the tone familiar and warm. Exactly as she had sounded when I was young and lingering outside after dark. But my mother had been dead for years. Her voice a memory I had not expected to hear again. The forest spun around me, the ground tilting under my boots. I wanted to run, to scream, to fire my flare into the night sky. But I could do nothing. I stood frozen, staring at the thing wearing the skin of a fox, listening to my dead mother's voice echo across the ridge. It didn't move. It only stared, standing upright in the beam of my flashlight. Mouth closed now, but eyes unblinking. I took a step back, then another. My boots slid against the gravel, the sound loud in the silence. The fox tilted its head slowly, as though disappointed. I turned and walked as quickly as I could without breaking into a run. The trail stretched long ahead of me, every shadow a threat, every sound magnified. I could feel eyes on me, hot against my back. When I finally reached the service road and the faint glimmer of my truck's headlights, I almost collapsed with relief. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and sat gripping the wheel until the tremor in my hands calmed. The forest outside was quiet, ordinary, as though nothing had happened. But the memory of that voice lingered, heavy in the air. That night, I lay awake in my cabin, staring at the ceiling, the darkness pressing down. I replayed the sound over and over in my head. My mother's voice, gentle, warning, impossible. I thought of the fox's eyes, the way it had risen on two legs, the tilt of its head. Sleep never came. In the morning, I told myself I would return, that I would search the trail for tracks, for evidence, for something tangible to prove to myself that what I had seen had been real. But when I stepped outside, the air carried a silence that sent a shiver through me. The birds were absent, the forest subdued. I knew then that whatever had happened was not finished with me. The next morning, I forced myself back onto the trail. Part of me hoped the daylight would strip the terror from the night before, reveal some rational truth. Fear has a way of exaggerating shadows, I told myself. Maybe the fox had been nothing more than an animal acting oddly. A trick of exhaustion and memory that made me hear my mother's voice where none existed. I had not slept, but I dressed in uniform, packed my field kit, and strapped on my boots anyway. Rangers are supposed to return to the scene, to face the woods no matter what lies in them. The service road was still dusted with frost. The sun hung pale and weak behind thin clouds, turning everything a muted gray. I walked steadily, my eyes sweeping the ground for sign. The place where I had first seen the fox looked ordinary, just pine needles, stones, and shadows between trees. Yet when I crouched to search for tracks, my stomach tightened. There were paw prints, clear as day. Too clear. Each one pressed perfectly into the dirt, equidistant, precise, leading along the tree line like a line of script. I followed them, and the deeper I went, the stranger they became. The spacing between prints lengthened, stretched far too wide for any fox's stride. Then, gradually, the shapes began to change. The front pads narrowed, the claws shortened, until finally they were no longer paw prints at all. They were footprints. Human footprints, bare, elongated, the toes sharp as though pressed by claws. They led deeper into the forest, vanishing into brush too thick to pass. I stood staring until the silence pressed too heavily against me. I turned back, heart thudding, unease settling deeper than before. That was when I saw something else. On the bark of a nearby oak, about shoulder height, were scratches. 4 long grooves running downward, straight and deliberate. They were too even for an animal, too purposeful to be accident. I reached out with my glove and traced one. The wood was fresh, splintered only hours before. My hand trembled. I left quickly after that, boots crunching too loudly in the dead quiet. The forest felt wrong, as though it was holding its breath, waiting. By the time I reached my truck, the tension in my chest had grown unbearable. I slammed the door, turned the key, and drove fast down the winding road, my eyes flicking constantly to the rearview mirror. Nothing followed, but the sense of being pursued never left me. Back at the station, I considered telling someone, maybe Pato, maybe our lead ranger, anyone. But what words would I use? That I saw a fox walk like a man and speak in my dead mother's voice. That its tracks became human prints in the dirt. They would nod politely and mark it down as fatigue, stress, maybe even a breakdown. I could not risk that. Instead, I filed a bland note about trail conditions and went home. That night, I checked the locks on my cabin doors and windows. I sat at the table with a mug of coffee and stared into the dark. I told myself I was being foolish. Nothing follows people from the woods into their homes. The woods have their borders. The night passed in silence, but not in peace. I barely slept. The following evening, another ranger, Morrison, mentioned something odd. A pair of hikers had come into the visitor center, claiming they saw a fox watching them from the ridge. They described it as too still, and said it seemed to follow them for nearly a mile. Morrison laughed it off, joked about foxes auditioning for sentry duty. I forced a smile, but dread twisted inside me. I knew it was the same one. It wasn't just me it had chosen to follow. Later, when I was alone, I asked quietly, why me? It was a foolish thing, speaking to empty air, but the words left my lips before I could stop them. There was no reply, but that night, I dreamed. In the dream, I stood on the service road again, moonlight painting the forest in silver. The fox sat by the tree line, its tail curled neatly around it. When I lifted my flashlight, it rose slowly onto 2 legs, eyes burning like coals. Its mouth opened, and my mother's voice spilled out, soft and sorrowful. Go home, Dinis. But then it changed. The voice deepened, distorted, dozens of voices layered together, some male, some female, some sounding like children. They all spoke in unison, repeating my name. Over and over, faster and faster, until the sound became a shriek. I woke drenched in sweat, my throat raw from screaming into the night. I did not sleep after that. The next day, I returned to the ridge with equipment. 2 trail cameras, a sound recorder. If this thing wanted to follow, then let it. I would catch it. Prove it was real. Prove I wasn't losing my mind. I strapped one camera to a tree facing the path, placed the other deeper at the bend, and set the recorder on a stump. The woods felt thick around me, shadows too dense for mid-afternoon. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of something in the corner of my eye. Movement. I swung the flashlight. Nothing, only trees. But the stillness afterward was worse than seeing anything at all. That night, I forced myself to sleep, though rest did not come. I woke often, heart racing, convinced I heard footsteps outside. Once, I swore I heard a faint scratching at the window, but when I looked, there was only frost. By morning, I convinced myself it had been imagination. I gathered the cameras and the recorder. Back at the station, I locked myself in the equipment room, my hands trembling as I powered up the first device. Hours of footage played across the screen. Nothing unusual at first. Wind moving branches, snow sliding from pines. Then, near midnight, the fox appeared. It sat at the edge of the path, perfectly still. It remained for 30 minutes without moving, eyes reflecting the infrared glow. Then, slowly, it rose onto its hind legs. Its front limbs stretched long, too long, the joints bending oddly as it straightened. It turned its head toward the camera, eyes burning. Its mouth opened wide. Though the camera had no sound, I could see the shape of the word on its lips. My name. Denise. I stopped the playback, bile rising in my throat. I forced myself to continue. The second camera caught it too, closer this time, nearer the recorder. At one point, it stood directly in front of the lens. The face filled the frame, eyes like glowing embers, mouth opening too wide. For a split second, I swore I saw rows of human teeth behind the canines. Then it turned and slipped back into the trees, vanishing like smoke. I could not watch more. I shut the camera off and sat in the silence, my pulse drumming in my ears. Proof. I had proof. Yet instead of relief, dread consumed me. Because proof meant it was real. Proof meant was not imagination or fatigue. Proof meant it knew me, and it was not finished. That night, I did not dream. I did not sleep at all. I sat awake waiting, listening, and around 2 a.m, the silence broke. From the tree line beyond my cabin came a sound, soft at first, a voice, my mother's, "Go home." Denise. The voice outside my cabin should have been impossible. My mother had been gone for nearly a decade, buried in a churchyard 2 states away. Yet the cadence, the tone, even the faint Kentucky lilt on the edges of her words, it was hers. I sat frozen at the table, my mug of coffee cooling in my hands. The voice came again, soft, coaxing, as though she were standing just beyond the porch. "Go home, Denise." My first thought was that if I ignored it, it would vanish. That if I stayed silent long enough, the illusion would lose patience and retreat. But then came the scratching. Long, deliberate strokes against the wood siding, slow enough to mimic fingernails, dragging down a chalkboard. My body reacted before my mind could stop it. I stood, my chair clattering to the floor. I grabbed my flashlight, hesitated at the door, then forced myself to look through the small window in its frame. At first, all I saw was the frost, a delicate lace across the glass. Then, two eyes gleamed through it, reflecting back my light. They were too close, too high off the ground for a fox. My stomach turned. The scratching stopped. The silence was worse. I stepped back, heart thundering in my chest, and the voice came again. But now it was not just my mother's. It layered, multiplied, dozens of voices weaving together. Men, women, children, all speaking at once. Go home, Denise. Go home. My name bounced from wall to wall, not outside anymore, but inside, as though the cabin itself was speaking. I bolted to the radio, switched it on, and called into the static. This is Holloway at cabin 3, requesting assistance. My voice cracked. Nothing answered but a low hiss. Then, through the static, my own voice came back. This is Holloway at cabin 3, requesting assistance. It repeated, looping, a perfect mimic of myself, over and over, each time more distorted until the words were only growls. I tore the radio's cord from the wall. It went silent, but the echo of my voice lingered in my head. I pressed my back against the wall, gripping the flashlight until my knuckles ached. The cabin seemed smaller, the shadows deeper. Every creak of the wood magnified. Then I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I followed them with my light, though the walls blocked my view. They stopped at the back, then at the side, then finally at the door again. A soft knock. Something in me broke. I yanked the sidearm from my belt, aimed at the door, and shouted, "Leave me alone." My voice cracked like a child's. Silence followed. No more knocks, no more scratching. Only silence. I stood there for what felt like hours, the gun heavy in my hands. At some point, exhaustion claimed me, and I dozed in the chair. The light still clutched tight. When dawn bled into the sky, I staggered to the window. The clearing outside was ordinary, the trees painted in soft morning colors. But in the frost along the doorframe, carved deep into the wood, were claw marks. 4. Straight and deliberate, gouged down to raw timber. That morning, I made a decision. Whatever it was wanted me afraid, wanted me cornered. I would not give it that. I would meet it on its own ground, not wait for it to circle my home like a wolf testing a fence. I packed my gear: cameras, recorder, flare gun, extra batteries. I laced my boots with shaking hands, locked the cabin behind me, and hiked toward the ridge. The forest was unnaturally quiet. Even in the dead of winter, Shenandoah usually hums with sound: crows, woodpeckers, the rustle of squirrels. But now the silence was complete. My footsteps seemed too loud, echoing back at me as though the trees themselves were repeating them. When I reached the clearing, I placed the recorder on the same stump as before, set one camera facing the tree line, and held the other in my hand, ready. I stood in the center, every muscle trembling. "I know you're here," I called, my voice thin. "Come out." For a moment, nothing stirred. Then, between the trunks, the fox appeared. It sat neatly at the tree line, tail curled, eyes fixed on me. My breath caught. Slowly, it rose onto its hind legs. The sight of it standing upright in daylight was worse than anything I had seen in the dark. Its limbs stretched too long, its head cocked at an angle that made my stomach turn. It opened its mouth. "Go home, Denise," my mother's voice said. Then it shifted, the words layered with others. My colleagues, hikers I had spoken to, voices I didn't recognize. A chorus of sounds sculling from its throat. "Go home. Go home." I gripped the flare gun, raised it, and fired. The red light arced into the sky, hissing, casting the clearing in a bloody glow. For a heartbeat, The fox's true form was revealed. Not fur, not flesh, but something stretched thin across bone. Its face a mask that rippled like water, features changing with each blink. My mother's, mine strangers, a gallery of faces all screaming silently. It lunged. I stumbled back, drawing the sidearm, firing blindly. Bullets tore into trees, into earth. But the thing moved without sound, without resistance, as though the air itself carried it. It was on me in seconds, its eyes burning into mine. I felt my knees buckle, my body weaken. Its mouth opened wide, rows of human teeth gleaming, and the chorus of voices filled the clearing, deafening, overwhelming. Go home, Denise. I screamed and fired again, this time at point blank. The flare gun cracked, light exploding between us. The creature recoiled, its body twisting unnaturally, the faces in its skin writhing. It let out a sound that was neither animal nor human, a tearing shriek that rattled my bones. Then, as quickly as it had come, it dissolved. Not vanished, not retreated. Dissolved, folding into the shadows of the trees, until only silence remained. I collapsed in the snow, gasping, the flare gun still smoking in my hand. The clearing was empty. The recorder still blinked red on the stump, but I could not bring myself to retrieve it. I stumbled back to the road, half blind, shaking, and drove to the station without looking in the mirrors. I never returned to that ridge. In the days after, I found claw marks on my cabin again. The cameras I had left recorded nothing but static. The recorder I abandoned was gone when I returned with colleagues in daylight. I told them it must have been stolen by pranksters, that the claw marks were a bear's, that the sounds people reported were coyotes. They nodded, accepted it, and moved on. But I knew better. Even now, years later, I hear it sometimes. A voice calling my name in the dark. Sometimes my mother's, sometimes my own. Once, I woke to find paw prints in the frost outside my window, leading up to the sill, then disappearing. I have spent my life believing that the woods could be read, that every sign could be understood if studied long enough. But some things in the forest are not meant to be understood. Some things wear familiar shapes and voices only to hollow them out, to remind us that the line between human and animal, between the living and the dead, is thinner than we want to admit. I am Ranger Denise Holloway, and I have walked those ridges longer than most. I know the language of foxes, of deer, of owls and bears. But I also know there is something else out there. Something that waits. Something that watches. And when the night is quiet enough, I still hear it whisper, "Go home, Denise." My name is Ranger Scott Delaney, and I have worked in Great Smoky Mountains National Park for nearly 12 years. I am 40, 2 years old, originally from North Carolina, and I grew up with the mountains practically in my backyard. The wilderness has always been part of me. The scent of pine sap, the whistle of wind through valleys, the hush of snow muffling a ridge in winter. I joined the National Park Service because I believed I understood the rhythm of the wild, the way animals move through it, the way the seasons dictate its moods. In my years here, I have seen bears rummage through campsites, elk biggle at dawn, and coyotes streak like shadows across the road. I know these woods as well as I know my own reflection. But one night, deep in autumn, I witnessed something that tore all that knowledge away and replaced it with dread I cannot shake. It had been an ordinary shift at first, the kind of patrol that dulls your senses with routine. The tourists were gone, the last cars had left the overlooks, and the roads were empty except for the occasional deer slipping across. The sky was ink black, no moon. Only stars spilled faintly between thin clouds. My duty was simple: a drive along the Blue Ridge stretch, then a short hike to check one of the backcountry shelters for signs of trespassing. I parked the truck at the trailhead and stepped into the woods with my flashlight cutting a pale circle ahead. The air was crisp, carrying the dry rustle of leaves, the faint chirp of crickets. The first sign that something was wrong came in the form of silence. It arrived suddenly, not gradually. One moment the woods carried their ordinary chorus. Crickets, night birds, the distant bark of a fox. The next, everything ceased, as though the forest had drawn in its breath and held it. I paused, listening. The silence pressed against my ears, heavy, unnatural. My instincts told me a predator was near, maybe a black bear moving close, but I saw nothing. I adjusted my grip on the flashlight and continued, though unease tugged at me. About a quarter mile in, I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, a metallic tang that made me think of blood. The deeper I walked, the stronger it grew until my stomach turned with it. I swept the beam of my light across the ground and froze. There, in the center of the trail, lay a deer. Its body was splayed awkwardly, legs twisted at odd angles, fur matted with dark patches. But there was no wound, no visible injury, nothing to explain why it was lying there. Its eyes were open, glassy, fixed on me, reflecting the beam in a way that made them look alive. I stepped closer, cautious, every muscle tense. Dead animals on the trail weren't unusual. Cars hit them, predators take them down. But this deer looked wrong. Its chest did not rise, but its mouth hung slightly open as though frozen mid-breath. I crouched, leaned in, my flashlight trembling slightly in my grip. That was when the eye blinked. I stumbled back, my heart seizing. The deer had not moved otherwise, but I had seen it, clear as day. The eye closed, then opened again, slow, deliberate. My mouth went dry. Logic tried to take over, maybe a spasm, maybe some last flicker of life. Though the body was stiff, the air around it cold with decay. I lifted the radio from my belt to call it in. But before I pressed the button, a sound split the silence. A laugh, not human, not animal. Something in between. High and sharp, but stretched, distorted, echoing through the trees like it came from everywhere at once. I froze, the radio slipping slightly from my grip. The deer's mouth opened wider. The laugh spilled from it again, louder this time. My own laugh. The sound of myself chuckling echoed from the dead thing's throat, hollow and jagged, mocking. My legs nearly gave way beneath me. I forced myself backward, eyes locked on the carcass as the laugh grew, filling the air until it cut off abruptly, leaving the woods in suffocating silence again. I turned and fled, boots pounding the dirt, flashlight beam bouncing wildly. My breath came ragged, fogging in the cold air. Branches whipped at my arms as I ran, the trees pressing close, every shadow threatening to move. I didn't stop until I saw the faint gleam of the trailhead reflector. I burst into the clearing where my truck sat, threw myself into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. My chest heaved as I gripped the steering wheel, staring into the dark woods. Nothing moved. The silence stretched on, thick and impenetrable. I wanted to radio it in, to call someone, anyone, but my hand shook too hard. What would I even say? That a deer laughed with my voice? That I had seen death blink? No report would hold that kind of madness. Instead, I drove. My headlights cut through the trees, the road winding endlessly ahead. Every turn felt like it would reveal something standing there, waiting. When I reached the ranger station, the clock read just past midnight. I sat in the parking lot with the engine idling, unable to convince myself to step into the dark between the truck and the door. Finally, I forced my legs to move, each step a battle. Inside, I locked the station door and sat under the harsh fluorescent lights, breathing hard. I told myself it was exhaustion, imagination, a trick of the dark. I told myself anything to keep from believing. But when I closed my eyes, I saw the deer's mouth open, saw its glassy eyes blink, heard my own laugh echo back at me. And deep inside, I knew the forest had shown me something it was never meant to. I didn't sleep that night, and I knew, as sure as I know my own name, that it wasn't finished with me. The following morning, I sat at my desk staring at the logbook, the pen idle in my hand. The fluorescent light above hummed faintly. Yet even that ordinary sound grated against me. I was supposed to write down what I had seen the night before, but the words refused to fit. Deer carcass on trail was as far as I managed before my hand stalled. Anything more felt like an accusation against my own sanity. No one would believe that a dead thing had laughed in my voice. Instead, I left the line unfinished and poured another cup of bitter coffee. My reflection in the black liquid looked pale gaunt. I told myself I would go back to the trail. That daylight would prove I had imagined it. The morning was gray, clouds hanging low over the ridges, a dampness in the air that smelled faintly of rain. I drove the narrow road back toward the trailhead, each curve tightening the knot in my stomach. When I reached the start of the path, the world felt strangely hushed. A few birds flitted between branches, but their calls seemed faint, hesitant. I stepped out, adjusted my pack, and began the hike. Every crunch of my boots sounded too loud. The forest was damp, and the air pressed close, making each breath heavier. When I reached the bend where I had found the deer, my body stiffened. The ground was disturbed. Clumps of earth torn aside, leaves scattered. But the carcass was gone. I searched the trail, sweeping my flashlight across the undergrowth, though it was daylight. No blood, no drag marks, nothing. As if the deer had risen and walked away. I crouched to examine the soil more closely. Tracks littered the area, but they weren't clear. Some were hooved, as if from a deer. Others were elongated, misshapen, almost human but stretched, the toes ending in points like claws. My breath caught as I traced the outlines with my glove. The trail of those prints led deeper into the woods, away from the path, into dense thickets where no animal would willingly go. I stood frozen, staring into that wall of brush. The silence thickened, pressing against my ears, and for a moment I thought I heard something moving just beyond sight. Not footsteps, breathing, slow, heavy, deliberate. I forced myself to turn back. My legs shook as I walked away, refusing to break into a run, even though every nerve screamed at me to. Predators chase what runs. That thought repeated in my head until I reached the truck. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat gripping the wheel, sweat chilling my back despite the cool air. Back at the station, I told no one. I wrote a bland note about unusual scavenging, leaving out the truth. I tried to convince myself that maybe coyotes had dragged the carcass off. But coyotes don't leave human-like footprints in the soil. Coyotes don't make the air feel like it's pressing down on you, stealing the sound from the forest. That night, I stayed in my cabin, determined to get some sleep. I locked the doors, closed the curtains, set the radio on the nightstand. The hours crawled past in silence, my body restless, my thoughts replaying the deer's glassy eyes and the way its mouth had opened. Sometime after midnight, I drifted into a shallow doze. The sound that woke me was faint at first, a scrape against wood. My eyes opened to darkness, the red glow of the clock reading 20:17 a.m. The scrape came again, long and slow, from the wall just outside my bedroom. I held my breath, listening. Then came the knock. 3 sharp raps, deliberate, against the window frame. I sat upright, my heart pounding. The curtains fluttered slightly, though no breeze moved the air. I reached for the flashlight and flicked it on, the beam shaking as I pointed it toward the window. For a second, I saw nothing but frost. Then 2 eyes gleamed back at me, reflecting the light. They blinked. I froze. My throat went dry. Slowly the eyes lowered, and something long and thin pressed against the glass. A hoof, or what looked like one, but wrong, elongated, twisted. It scraped downward, leaving a streak on the frost. Then, from beyond the glass, came the sound. A laugh. My laugh. The flashlight slipped from my grip, clattering against the floorboards. By the time I scrambled to grab it, the window was empty. Only the streak in the frost remained, 4 long grooves sliding down like claw marks. I sat awake the rest of the night, lights blazing, the radio clutched in my hand, though I didn't turn it on. When dawn finally came, I stumbled outside. The ground around my cabin was disturbed, marked with prints. Some were deer hooves, others stretched, elongated, warped as though the animal had walked wrong, forcing itself upright. They circled the cabin again and again, weaving closer toward the door, before vanishing into the trees. That day, I decided to set up cameras. If this thing wanted to stalk me, I would catch it. I borrowed 2 trail cams from the supply shed, strapped one to a pine facing my cabin, another near the service road. I checked the batteries twice, set the motion sensors, and tried to convince myself I was being rational. Proof would make it real. Proof would mean I wasn't losing my mind. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin set my nerves on edge. At one point, around 3 in the morning, I swore I heard the laugh again. Faint, distant, drifting on the air. But when I stepped to the window, the woods were still. I returned to bed, though I didn't close my eyes. The following afternoon, I retrieved the first camera. The memory card was nearly full from the shifting shadows of branches and the occasional raccoon. Then, around midnight, the footage changed. A deer walked into frame. Its movements were jerky, wrong, as though its legs bent at unnatural angles. It stopped in front of the cabin, lifted its head, and stared directly into the lens. For minutes, it did nothing. Then, slowly, its mouth opened. I muted the audio, but I didn't need to hear it. I saw the shape of the word on its lips. My name, Scott. My stomach turned. I clicked through more frames, my hands trembling. The deer leaned closer, so close its eye filled the frame, glassy and unblinking. For one frozen second, the reflection in that eye was not the cabin. It was me, standing in the clearing, staring back. I slammed the laptop shut, bile burning my throat. I couldn't watch more. Proof wasn't relief. Proof was horror. Because now I knew, without doubt, that the thing wasn't finished with me. That night, I left every light in the cabin burning. But the shadows still pressed at the windows, and in the silence, I swore I heard the faintest sound. A laugh, low and hollow, waiting for me to step outside. The third night after reviewing the footage, I could not convince myself to stay inside. The cabin felt like a trap, walls too thin, windows too vulnerable. Every creak of the boards seemed to announce me, to tell whatever lurked outside exactly where I was. I sat with the sidearm in my lap, the flashlight beam cutting across the room, and realized that waiting to be hunted would kill me, faster than any set of claws. If this thing wanted me, then I had to face it where it lived. In the woods, on the trail, in the clearing where the silence first claimed me. The decision settled into me like a weight. I packed carefully, hands shaking but deliberate, spare batteries, flare gun, trail camera, audio recorder, extra rounds. I zipped my jacket to my throat and stepped into the cold night. The air was sharp, tasting of iron. The forest waiting like a held breath. The moon hung low, throwing pale light across the ridges. My boots crunched in the frost as I made my way toward the service road. The woods grew quieter the deeper I went, until only my steps and the rasp of my breath remained. The memory of the deer's glassy eyes and the warped footprints pressed close behind my thoughts. When I reached the bend where the carcass had first lain, the ground looked wrong. The soil was torn, gouged in uneven circles, as though something had spun there again and again. My light swept over it and caught on a scrap of fur snagged on a root. Orange, brown, coarse, but wrong in texture, like hide stretched too thin. I pocketed it without thinking. I set the recorder on a stump, aimed the trail camera toward the clearing, and stood waiting in the silence. For a long time, nothing happened. The woods seemed ordinary again, shadows shifting gently with the wind, the faint rustle of branches. I almost believed I had imagined it all. Then the laughter began. It was faint at first, drifting on the air like smoke, but it grew clearer with each heartbeat. My own laugh, hollow and jagged, echoing from every direction. My chest tightened as the sound layered. First one voice, then another, until a dozen versions of myself laughed together. The recorder's red light blinked steadily, catching every note. Then, from the tree line, it stepped out. At first it wore the shape of a deer, legs long and angular, eyes glowing like coals. But as it walked closer, the form shifted. Its back straightened, its hooves stretching into elongated hands, claws curling where fingers should be. The skin along its body rippled, faces swimming just beneath the surface, mouths open in silent screams. Its head tilted too far, snapping into place at an angle no neck should allow. And then it smiled. "Scott," it said, my mother's voice this time. Then my father's. Then my own, all layered together, echoing from its open mouth. The sound burrowed into my bones. My hand shook as I raised the sidearm. "Stay back," I whispered, though the words felt like smoke, insubstantial. It took another step, unhurried, as if savoring my fear. The camera clicked softly, its sensor triggered by the movement, and the sound seemed to amuse it. It turned its head toward the lens and whispered, "Scott." Again, lips stretching too wide, teeth glinting unnaturally human. I fired. The shot cracked through the clearing, but the bullet tore through it like mist. It staggered, then righted itself, still smiling. The laughter swelled, drowning the echo of the gunshot, until the air shook with it. I stumbled backward, fumbling for the flare gun. When I fired, the red light burst across the clearing, washing the trees in fire glow. For a heartbeat, the creature screamed. Not in my voice, but in dozens, hundreds, voices of strangers, of loved ones, of hikers who had gone missing over the years. Faces wreathed across its body, mouths opening wide in unison. The sound drove me to my knees, hands clamped over my ears. The flare sputtered and fell, and in the sudden dark, the creature loomed closer. Its hand reached out, claws splayed and pressed against the air between us. My flashlight beam caught the surface of its palm, and for a moment it looked like glass between us, like it was pressing from the other side of a window. Frost bloomed across the invisible barrier, spelling 4 long streaks like the marks I'd found on my cabin. I screamed and stumbled back, tripping over roots, scrambling blindly toward the trail. The laughter chased me, overlapping voices, weaving into a shriek that clawed at my skull. I ran until my lungs burned, until my vision blurred with tears. Only when the first glimmer of the trailhead reflectors appeared did the sound begin to fade, thinning into the distance, leaving only the pounding of my heart in my ears. I collapsed against the truck, heaving, shaking so violently I could barely fit the keys into the ignition. When the engine roared to life, I tore down the road, headlights cutting swaths of pale light through the trees. My eyes flicked constantly to the mirrors, half expecting to see glowing eyes chasing in the beam, but the road stayed empty. Back at the station, I locked the doors and sat in the harsh glow of fluorescent lights, trying to steady my breath. The recorder blinked on the table, still running. I couldn't bring myself to play it. I left it there, the red light pulsing like a warning. When dawn came, I returned to the clearing with 2 colleagues under the guise of checking trail conditions. The ground was smooth, untouched. No gouges in the soil, no footprints. The stump where I had left the recorder was bare. The camera I'd strapped to the tree was gone. My colleagues shrugged it off as vandalism, kids messing around in the night. They didn't see the truth. They didn't hear the voices. I never found the recorder or the camera. Weeks passed, but I didn't sleep. Even now, years later, I can feel its presence when the nights grow too quiet. Sometimes I hear my own laugh echoing from the woods, soft at first, then louder. Sometimes I wake to find frost streaks. Down the glass of my window, 4 long lines, carved by something pressing from the other side. I am Ranger Scott Delaney, and I have given my life to these mountains. I thought I understood their language, thought I knew their dangers. But there are things in the Smokies that wear familiar shapes, that twist voices into weapons, that blur the line between the living and the dead. I have seen one, and it knows me. It is still out there, waiting, laughing in the dark. And when the silence falls too heavy across the ridges, I know it is listening for me. My name is Ranger Alan Mercer, and I have been serving in the National Park Service for close to 15 years. I am 40 years old, born and raised in Virginia, and I have always felt more at home beneath a canopy of trees than beneath a ceiling. From childhood, the forest felt like a second family to me, ancient, quiet, always watching. That familiarity led me here, to Shenandoah, where I now spend my days and nights, patrolling trails that twist along the ridges like veins through the mountains. I have faced down bears, redirected lost hikers, and weathered storms that split trees like matchsticks. I have learned the language of the forest, the sound of an owl warning, the silence that means a predator is near, the way deer scatter before a storm. For years, I believed there was no mystery in these woods I could not explain. But I was wrong. It began one evening in late September. The air was heavy with the scent of fallen leaves, and the trails were nearly deserted. I had been assigned to check a backcountry shelter near the base of one of the valleys. It was a routine hike 3 miles in, 3 miles out. My flashlight cast a pale circle ahead as twilight deepened, the forest dimming into shadow. At first, everything was ordinary. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the chirp of crickets, the distant rustle of a squirrel in the brush. Then, slowly, the sounds began to fade. I didn't notice it right away. The shift was gradual, subtle. The crickets tapered off, the rustling ceased. Even the breeze seemed to die. It was as though the forest was holding its breath. I stopped and listened. My own breathing was the only sound. Instinct told me something was wrong. The silence was too complete, too heavy, pressing against my ears. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and pressed forward. Halfway to the shelter, I saw the eyes. They glowed faintly in the beam of my light, just off the trail. At first I thought it was a deer. The shape was right, tall, with antlers branching like pale limbs. But it didn't move as I drew closer. Its body was too still, its posture rigid, unnatural. My chest tightened as I realized the eyes were fixed directly on me, unblinking. "Easy," I whispered, my voice sounding thin in the silence. I had dealt with deer often. They spook, they bolt. But this one didn't. It just stood there, watching. The longer I looked, the stranger it seemed. Its legs appeared too long, its frame stretched, its antlers twisted at odd angles as though broken and healed wrong. My stomach churned. Something in me screamed to turn back, but my feet refused to move. Then it opened its mouth. At first, no sound came. Just the shape of jaws widening, teeth glinting pale in the light. Then, slowly, a voice emerged. Not a deer's cry, not an animal noise at all. It was a man's voice. My own. "Alan," it said. The word hit me like a blow. Hearing my own name spoken in my exact tone from something that should not have been able to speak was wrong, in a way that pierced straight to my bones. My chest locked, my throat tightened. I stumbled back, the flashlight beam shaking across the trees. It stepped forward. Not a deer anymore. Not fully. Its limbs bent at unnatural angles, shifting between 2 legs and 4, as though it could not decide what shape to hold. Its head tilted. Eyes still locked on mine, glowing faintly red now, deeper, hungrier. I raised my sidearm, though my hands shook so violently I nearly dropped it. "Stay back!" My voice cracked, sounding pathetic in the silence. It didn't stop. The air thickened around me, every sound swallowed. I fired into the ground in front of it, the gunshot splitting the night. The noise should have echoed through the valley, but it didn't. The sound died instantly, absorbed by the silence, leaving nothing behind but ringing in my ears. The thing smiled then, its lips peeling back too far, revealing teeth that were not right, not animal, not human, but something between. I ran. The trail blurred under my boots, the beam of the flashlight bouncing wildly. Branches clawed at my jacket, stones turned underfoot, but I didn't stop. Behind me I heard it move. Not running exactly, more like sliding, a shifting sound that followed without rhythm. My lungs burned, my heart hammered, and every step felt like running through water. Still, I ran until the glow of the shelter's roof came into view through the trees. I burst inside, slamming the wooden door shut behind me, chest heaving, sweat cold on my skin. The shelter was small, 1 room, a cot in the corner, a lantern on the table. I lit the lantern with trembling hands, desperate for light. The pale glow pushed back the shadows, but not enough. I pressed my back against the wall, listening. For a while there was nothing. Then came the laugh. It started soft, distant, echoing from the trees. My laugh. low, hollow mocking. It grew louder, circling the shelter, shifting from side to side, until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. My skin crawled, my stomach knotted. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't stop. The laugh wasn't outside anymore. It was inside my head. Then silence. I lowered my hands, chest tight, sweat dripping down my temples. The lantern flickered. I stared at the door, praying it would stay shut. And then, faintly, a whisper slid through the cracks in the wood. "Alan." My knees buckled. I sank onto the cot, staring at the door as the voice came again, stronger this time, layered. Not just my voice, but others too. Men, women, children, all overlapping, all speaking my name. Alan. I don't remember falling asleep, but at some point exhaustion claimed me. When I woke, pale dawn light seeped through the cracks of the shelter. The forest outside was quiet, but not the wrong kind of quiet. Just ordinary, morning quiet. The thing was gone. I staggered out, my legs weak, my head pounding. The ground in front of the shelter was marked. Hoof prints, clear and deep, circling again and again, and mixed with them, footprints. Bare, elongated, toes ending in sharp points. They led into the trees and vanished. I returned to the station that morning, pale and hollow-eyed. I said nothing to anyone. How could I? I could barely believe it myself. But the forest knows. And deep inside, I knew it wasn't finished with me. The morning after that night in the shelter, I looked into the mirror above the sink at the ranger station and hardly recognized myself. My face was pale, my eyes shadowed and sunken, the faint tremor in my hands betraying the fear I had tried to bury. I should have written a detailed report, logged every strange sound, every print in the dirt, every voice that called my name. But I didn't. I wrote only that I had discovered unusual animal tracks near the shelter, and that further investigation was required. Anything else would have branded me unstable, and rangers don't last long when their judgment is called into question. But the truth gnawed at me. The image of that twisted deer shape, the sound of names spoken back at me in my own voice. It clung like a stain I couldn't scrub clean. I thought of staying silent, of avoiding that ridge entirely, but that option never truly existed. Because once something in the forest knows your name, you're never really free of it. That evening I returned. Not to the shelter. Not yet. I didn't think I could bring myself to sleep there again so soon. Instead, I walked the trail slowly, my flashlight sweeping the ground, my ears straining for any hint of movement. The forest was quiet, but this time it was an ordinary quiet. The rustle of branches in the breeze, the faint call of a night bird. I told myself I was safe, that whatever I had seen was some aberration that belonged to that one night only. Then I saw the first tree. Its bark was gouged 4 deep scratches running vertically down the trunk. Not bear marks. Those I know well. These were cleaner, narrower, too deliberate. I stepped closer, brushing the grooves with my glove. The wood was fresh, sap still oozing. My stomach tightened. I scanned the surrounding trees and my breath caught. More marks. Dozens of them scattered across trunks, circling the trail like a message, written in a language I could not read. I backed away slowly, my flashlight beam bouncing across the trunks. That was when I heard it, a footstep. Not behind me, not ahead, beside me in the brush. Slow, deliberate. I froze, breath shallow, every nerve screaming. The beam of my flashlight trembled as I swung it toward the sound. Nothing. Just undergrowth and shadows. Then the voice came. "Alan." It was faint, drawn out, barely more than a whisper. But it was my voice. Not like someone imitating me. Not distorted. Exactly my voice, tone and cadence, as though I had spoken without opening my mouth. My legs threatened to buckle. I forced myself to take a step backward, then another. The voice came again, stronger this time, from the opposite side of the trail. "Alan." I turned and fled, boots pounding the dirt, lungs burning. The laugh followed, high and jagged, weaving through the trees. Not just mine anymore, but others. Voices layered together, all wrong. Some sounded like men, some like women, some like children, all repeating my name. Alan. Alan. I didn't stop running until the faint glimmer of the station lights appeared through the trees. I slammed the door shut behind me and leaned against it, chest heaving, sweat dripping down my neck. The radio crackled on the desk. I hadn't touched it, but static hissed through the speaker. I froze, staring. Then, through the static, my voice spoke. "This is Ranger Alan Mercer, requesting backup." It was me. Clear, calm, professional. But I hadn't spoken. The voice repeated, distorted now. Deeper, layered with others. "Ranger Alan Mercer. Ranger Alan Mercer." I tore the cord from the wall. The radio died. But the echo of the words lingered in my skull. Sleep was impossible. I sat through the night with every light in the cabin blazing. My sidearm on the table, the silence pressing at the windows. Around 2 a.m, I heard scratching. Long, deliberate strokes down the side of the cabin, just like the gouges in the trees. My body stiffened, heart hammering. I crept to the window, hand tight on the flashlight, and peeled the curtain back a sliver. Eyes, 2 of them, gleaming in the dark, too high off the ground, too steady. They blinked once, slowly, then vanished. By dawn, I was shaking from exhaustion. I knew I couldn't stay still any longer. If I kept hiding in my cabin, it would circle me until I broke. The only choice was to face it directly, to gather proof, to confront it before it decided to drag me into whatever place it came from. So I planned. That afternoon, I gathered gear. 2 trail cameras, an audio recorder, extra batteries, flares. I checked everything twice, then drove to the service road. The sky was already dimming, clouds heavy with the threat of rain. I hiked quickly, nerves taut, until I reached the clearing near the shelter. I set the first camera on a pine facing the trail, the second on the opposite side, both angled toward the center. The recorder I placed on the stump where I had seen the twisted tracks. Its small red light blinked steadily, a fragile beacon in the growing dark. I stood there for a long moment, every instinct screaming at me to leave, to abandon the equipment, to run. But I forced myself to stay, to breathe, to listen. The forest grew quiet again. Too quiet. Then came the sound. At first it was distant, like wind threading through the trees. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became, a voice. My own, humming softly, tuneless. The hum grew louder, circling, echoing from every side. Then it broke into words. "Alan." I spun, flashlight beams slicing across the clearing. Empty. My pulse thundered in my ears. I staggered back toward the shelter, panic clawing at me. As I reached the door, the laugh began. My laugh, sharp and hollow, joined by others until it became a chorus. The forest vibrated with it, the ground trembling beneath my boots. I slammed the shelter door shut, bolted it, and lit the lantern. The light flickered, weak against the shadows pressing at the walls. The laughter swelled, surrounding me, until suddenly it cut off, leaving silence so deep it roared in my skull. Then came the knock. 3 sharp raps against the wood, deliberate, Patient. I stood frozen, staring at the door, my breath shallow. The knock came again, harder this time. Then a voice, inches from the wood. My voice. "Let me in, Alan." My legs shook, my grip on the lantern slick with sweat. I backed into the corner, sidearm trembling in my hand, the lantern light flickering wildly. The voice came again, softer now, coaxing. "Let me in." I didn't answer. I couldn't. The door rattled. Wood groaning under pressure. The lantern flickered lower, casting long shadows that seemed to move on their own. I whispered a prayer I hadn't spoken since childhood, my lips barely moving. The pressure on the door stopped. Silence returned, heavy and absolute. I sat there until dawn, unmoving, eyes locked on the door. When morning came, the door was intact, the forest quiet. But on the ground outside, pressed deep into the soil, were prints. Some were hooves. Some were feet. All circled the shelter over and over until they vanished into the trees. The morning after the knocking, I returned to the station hollow, eyed and silent. My colleagues asked if I had spent the night at the shelter, if I had seen anything unusual. I lied and said no. I didn't have the words for what had pressed against that door, for the sound of my own voice begging entry. How could I explain that the forest itself had begun to wear my face, my laugh, my name? But lying did not change the truth. I could feel it waiting. It was no longer content to circle the edges of my patrol routes or scratch at the walls of my cabin. Each night the silence grew heavier, the shadows longer, the sense of being observed stronger. I began to dread sunset, to dread the moment when the forest swallowed the light and left me alone with something that should not exist. By the third night, I understood that hiding would not protect me. If I waited, it would come to me. If I ran, it would follow. The only choice left was to face it on my terms, to look it in the eyes and demand to know what it wanted. Perhaps that was foolishness, born from exhaustion. But fear has a way of twisting into defiance when you've been cornered long enough. I prepared carefully. 2 flare guns, extra rounds for the sidearm, fresh batteries for the flashlight, and a knife strapped to my belt, though. I doubted it would matter. I left a note in the logbook that I was checking the ridge trail. I did not mention why. If I didn't come back, I didn't want anyone else walking blindly into what I knew was waiting. The sky was overcast as I set out, clouds heavy and low, the air sharp with the smell of coming rain. The forest was restless, every branch shifting in the wind. Yet beneath it all was that same suffocating silence. I hiked quickly, nerves taut, until I reached the clearing by the shelter. At first, it seemed empty. The trees loomed, the stump where I had left the recorder sat bare, the earth damp with old prints. I stood in the center, breath misting, hand tight on the flare gun. "I know you're here," I said, my voice trembling but steady enough. "Show yourself." The woods answered with laughter. Not one laugh, but many, layered together, circling the clearing. My laugh, twisted into 100 shapes. The laugh of a child, high and shrill. The laugh of a woman, low and cruel. They rose and fell in unison, rattling the leaves though no wind moved them. My stomach turned, bile burning the back of my throat. Then, from the tree line, it stepped out. It wore the shape of a deer at first. Tall, antlers branching wide, eyes glowing faintly. But as it moved into the open, the form unraveled. Its limbs lengthened, bent wrong, joints snapping into place with sickening cracks. The antlers twisted like roots, sprouting faces in their tangle, mouths open in silent screams. its body stretched thin, skin rippling as if something pressed beneath it, trying to break free. And its eyes locked on mine, glowing red, unblinking. "Alan," it said. The voice was my own. Then my father's. Then my mother's. Then all of them at once, layered into a chorus that made my chest seize. I raised the flare gun and fired. The red light burst across the clearing, bathing the creature in fire. For a moment it shrieked, a sound so piercing I thought my eardrums would burst. The faces in its skin writhed, mouths opening and closing. I fired again, the second flare hissing into its chest. The light seared, but the thing did not fall. It staggered, then straightened, smiling wider. Teeth too many, too sharp. I drew the sidearm, emptied round after round. Bullets tore through it, shredding bark from the trees beyond. But the creature didn't bleed. The holes closed as quickly as they appeared, its body rippling like water disturbed. It took another step toward me, and the air grew heavy, pressing against my lungs until I could barely breathe. "Let me in," it whispered, lips stretching too far. "You're tired. Let me in." I stumbled back, my flashlight beam trembling across its face. For a heartbeat, I saw myself staring back. My own eyes, my own mouth grinning. Then the face shifted, becoming my father's, then a child's, then something else entirely, something without features at all. Desperation surged. I pulled the knife from my belt and slashed wildly. The blade met resistance. Not flesh, not bone, but something cold and dense, like ice. The creature shrieked, recoiling, its body twisting. I slashed again, screaming, and for the first time it faltered, stumbling back toward the tree line. The laughter cut off. Silence fell, deep and absolute. It stood there at the edge of the clearing, red eyes burning, body rippling. Then it smiled one last time, whispered my name in a dozen voices, and melted into the shadows. I collapsed, chest heaving, knife slick in my hand. The clearing was empty. The air was still. Only the stink of iron and rot lingered. I don't remember the walk back. I must have stumbled blindly through the trees, driven by instinct, until the glow of the station appeared. My colleagues said I looked pale as a corpse, my uniform torn, my hands shaking too badly to hold a pen. They asked what had happened. I told them only that I had startled a bear. They didn't press further. Perhaps they saw something in my face that warned them not to ask. Weeks have passed since that night. The forest has returned to its ordinary rhythms. Birds calling at dawn, coyotes yipping at dusk. But I know better. Sometimes, when the air grows too still, I hear it. A laugh faint and jagged, carried on no wind. Sometimes I wake to find frost, streaked across my window in 4 long lines, as though a hand is pressed from the other side of the glass. I am Ranger Alan Mercer, and I have spent my life believing the forest was a place of order, a place where every sound and sign could be understood. But there are things here older than names, older than our maps and patrols. Things that wear our voices, our faces, our memories. Not because they are us, but because they want us to believe. I faced one. I drove it back. But I don't believe for a moment that it's gone. And on nights when the silence grows too heavy, I know it is still waiting in the trees, whispering my name. My name is Ranger Daniel Whitaker, and I have worked with the National Park Service for nearly 2 decades. I am 45 years old, originally from Pennsylvania, and I have spent most of my adult life walking trails that others fear to enter after dark. My assignments have carried me across Yellowstone, Glacier, and now the deep valleys of Olympic National Park in Washington. Over the years, I have seen things in the backcountry that most people will never know exist. Silent predators stalking through snow, storms that strike without warning, hikers who wander too far and never return. I have been trained to recognize the natural patterns of danger, to know which sounds are warnings and which are harmless. For most of my life, I have believed every noise, every shadow, every whisper of the forest could be explained. But I carry with me one memory that has never found an explanation, and it has followed me for years like a shadow. It began in early November, when the days were growing shorter and the tourists had thinned out. The sky hung low and gray, the air wet with mist. I had been tasked with checking a series of backcountry campsites along a trail that wound deep into the heart of the forest. It was a routine patrol, 8 miles round trip, the kind of assignment I could normally complete without a second thought. I strapped on my pack, tightened my jacket against the damp chill, and set off down the trail with the crunch of wet leaves beneath my boots. The forest was unusually still that day. The usual chatter of birds was faint, and even the wind seemed hesitant, moving the trees only slightly. As I walked, the mist thickened, curling low across the ground, wrapping around the trunks like fingers. My flashlight beam cut through it in a narrow cone of pale light. For a while, everything was ordinary. Quiet, yes, but nothing more than that. Then I noticed the first set of tracks. At first, I thought they belonged to a deer. The hooves were clear in the damp soil, sharp and fresh. But the spacing was wrong. Too wide, too long a stride, as though the animal had legs much longer than a deer should. I crouched, tracing one print with my glove. The soil was pressed deeper than expected, as though something heavy had passed. I rose slowly, scanning the trees, my throat tight. Nothing moved. I followed the prints for a quarter mile. The deeper I went, the more unsettling they became. Some shifted from hooves into elongated impressions, almost like human feet, but distorted. The toes stretched into points. The stride grew even longer, impossible for a normal animal. The mist seemed to thicken with each step, muffling sound, pressing close. Finally, I reached the first campsite. It should have been empty. No permits had been issued for that week. But as I approached, I saw the fire pit still smoldering faintly, thin smoke curling upward. My stomach dropped. Someone had been here recently. I circled the site cautiously, my hand on the radio at my shoulder. The tents were gone, but scraps remained. A torn sleeping bag, a boot half buried in the mud, a cooking pot overturned beside the pit. No people. No sign of struggle, at least not in the obvious sense. But the silence was suffocating. I knelt to examine the boot, turning it over. The sole was worn, the laces frayed, but what made my skin crawl was the fact that it was still warm, as though someone had worn it only moments before. That was when I heard it. A laugh. It came from the trees behind me, sharp and sudden, echoing through the mist. My body locked, every hair on my neck rising. The laugh was human but wrong. Too hollow, too jagged, like a recording played through broken speakers. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam slicing the mist. The forest stood empty. "Hello." My voice cracked in the silence. No reply. Only the drip of moisture from the branches. I took a step forward, my boots sinking slightly into the wet soil. Then it came again. The laugh. Closer this time, almost directly beside me. My stomach lurched, and I swung the light hard to the left. Empty space. I forced myself to move. circling the campsite quickly, my eyes scanning every shadow. The tracks reappeared at the edge of the clearing, the same distorted impressions leading back into the woods. I followed them, though every instinct screamed at me to turn back. After a few hundred yards, the mist parted just enough to reveal a shape ahead. My light caught it, a figure standing between the trees. At first I thought it was a man, tall and thin, shoulders hunched. But as the beam steadied, I realized its limbs were too long, its posture unnatural, its head tilted sharply, as though its neck had bent at the wrong angle. "Sir," my voice wavered. The figure didn't move. It only watched, its face obscured in the shadows. My hand tightened on the radio, but before I could raise it, the figure opened its mouth. "Daniel." The sound froze me. It was my own voice, spoken perfectly, echoing back at me from its lips. My knees threatened to buckle. I stumbled back a step, my heart hammering so loud it drowned the silence. The figure tilted its head further, impossibly far, until it seemed its neck would snap. Then, slowly, it smiled. The teeth that gleamed in the light were too many, too sharp, not human at all. I turned and ran. The mist swallowed me, branches clawing at my arms as I tore through the woods. The laugh followed, high and jagged, weaving through the trees, sometimes ahead of me, sometimes behind. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I didn't stop until the trail widened and the faint glow of the ranger station lights flickered through the fog. I stumbled inside, slamming the door behind me, chest heaving. The silence of the office felt safer than the forest, but the memory of that voice, my own voice, echoed in my skull. That night, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it smile, heard the laugh spilling from the trees. I told myself it was fatigue, stress, some trick of sound in the mist. But deep down, I knew the truth. The forest had spoken my name, and whatever it wasn't finished with me. The morning after that patrol, I sat at the ranger station with the logbook open in front of me, pen in hand. But the words refused to come. My report from the night before read only, "Unusual disturbance near backcountry campsite. No contact with visitors." It was a lie, or at least an omission, and I hated myself for it. But what else could I have written? Encountered something tall, unnatural, with too many teeth, wearing my own voice like a mask. The Park Service doesn't exactly train you to put that into words. I told myself I would return to the site in daylight and prove to myself it had been exhaustion and shadows. The human mind invents things in the dark, I repeated over and over. That mantra carried me through the day, though the memory of that laugh still cut across my thoughts like a knife. By mid-afternoon, I could no longer ignore the weight pressing on me. I strapped on my boots, packed my gear, and drove to the trailhead again. The forest in daylight should have comforted me. The sun shone pale through thinning clouds, the air damp but warmer than the night before. Birds called faintly in the distance, and somewhere higher up the ridge a woodpecker hammered against bark. Normal sounds, familiar sounds. Yet beneath it all, something still felt wrong, like a melody missing half its notes. When I reached the campsite, I stopped cold. The boot I had seen the night before was gone. So was the sleeping bag, the overturned pot. The fire pit was cold, the ashes scattered. It looked as though no one had ever been there. I circled the clearing slowly, scanning for any sign, but the ground was smooth, undisturbed. The only trace that remained was the set of elongated prints leading out into the woods. I crouched, tracing one with my glove. The print was deeper now, as though whatever left it had pressed harder into the soil. The toes gouged sharp lines into the mud, like claws. The stride was impossibly long. I followed them a short way, but after 50 yards they simply ended. No scatter, no fade, just gone. As if the thing had stepped out of the world mid-stride. I should have turned back then. But instead, I kept going, walking past the point where the tracks vanished. My boots sank into damp earth, the forest around me quiet. The deeper I went, the more my nerves frayed. Then, just as I convinced myself I would turn around, I found something else. A shirt. It hung from a low branch, torn. Damp, one sleeve missing. I pulled it down, my stomach twisting. It was a hiker's shirt, flannel, faded red and gray. The fabric was stiff with dried mud, or something darker. I turned it over and froze. The name stitched inside the collar was one I recognized. Martin, a middle-aged man who had gone missing 3 months earlier. We'd searched for him for days. We'd found nothing. My hands trembled as I stuffed the shirt into my pack. I turned back toward the trail, suddenly desperate to be out of the woods. My pace quickened, my eyes flicking constantly to the trees. That was when I heard it again. A laugh. Faint at first, echoing from the direction of the campsite. My laugh low and hollow. I froze, my throat dry. It came again, closer this time, directly behind me. I spun, flashlight beam cutting across the trunks. Only mist curling low across the ground. I forced myself forward, walking faster now, nearly jogging. The laugh followed, weaving between the trees, always just behind me, never far. Once, it shifted, turning into the sound of a woman's laugh, high and sharp. Another time it deepened, jagged, the voice of a man I didn't recognize. By the time the trailhead came into view, I was nearly sprinting. I burst into the clearing, gasping, sweat chilling my back. The woods behind me were silent, the mist curling lazily as though nothing had disturbed it. But I knew better. Something had followed me. Back at the station, I locked myself in the equipment room and examined the shirt. The name stitched inside was clear. Martin. I wanted to take it straight to my supervisor, to admit that the missing hiker hadn't simply gotten lost. But fear stopped me. What could I say? That something wearing my laugh had left it hanging in the trees like bait. They would take my badge, my post, my career. So I folded the shirt, stuffed it deep in my locker, and told no one. That night I tried to convince myself I was safe in my cabin. I made coffee, turned on the radio for background noise, sat at the table pretending to read. But the air felt wrong, heavy, waiting. At 1:12 a.m., the radio crackled. I hadn't touched it. Static filled the cabin, sharp and loud. I froze, staring at it. Then, through the static, a voice spoke. My voice. This is Ranger Daniel Whittaker, requesting backup. The words repeated, clear and calm, professional. Then they distorted, deepened, layered with other voices, until the sound was a chorus of Daniels all speaking at once. Ranger Whittaker, requesting backup. The pitch warped until it became a jagged laugh. My own laugh twisted into something unrecognizable. I yanked the cord from the wall. The radio died, but the laugh didn't. It came from outside the cabin now, circling slowly. I crept to the window, pulling the curtain back with shaking hands. Eyes, 2 of them, glowing faintly in the dark, too high off the ground. They blinked once, then vanished. The laugh followed, low and soft, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The following morning, I checked the ground outside. Prints circled the cabin, some hooved, some elongated like human feet, toes gouged sharp. They led to the window, then back into the woods. My breath caught when I saw the doorframe. Scratches ran down the wood, 4 long grooves, fresh, deep. I knew then that this thing wasn't confined to the trail or the campsite. It was following me, watching me, waiting for me. And no matter how much I tried to hide, I could feel it growing bolder. I spent the next 2 days pretending nothing was wrong. I showed up at the station, signed the logs, hiked the shorter trails in daylight. I smiled at my colleagues when they cracked jokes about the early November chill and the quiet season before winter. But underneath it all, I was unraveling. I barely slept, and when I did drift off, I woke with my heart pounding. Convinced I'd heard my name, whispered outside the cabin window. Sometimes I swore I heard my own laugh, echoing faintly in the silence. Too far away to be real, but too sharp to ignore. By the third night, I understood that avoiding it wasn't working. The scratches on the cabin door grew deeper, the prints in the frost more frequent. It wasn't losing interest, it was closing in. And I had the sickening feeling that, if I waited much longer, it would come inside whether I wanted it to or not. So I made a choice. If it wanted me, I would face it on my own terms. I would go back to the woods, back to the campsite where it had first spoken my name, and meet it there. Maybe I was mad with exhaustion. Maybe I wanted to die less afraid. Or maybe some part of me thought that confronting it might give me a chance to understand what it was. I packed carefully. Flare gun, sidearm, spare batteries, audio recorder, and 2 trail cameras. As dusk fell, I drove to the trailhead. The air was damp, thick with mist. The forest already sinking into shadow. My boots crunched softly on the path as I hiked, every sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. When I reached the campsite, my chest tightened. It was exactly as I remembered. Empty, silent, the fire pit cold, the trees looming like sentries. I set one camera facing the clearing, the other at the tree line, the recorder on the stump. Then I stood in the center and waited. The silence deepened as night fell. Crickets ceased, birds hushed. My breath plumed in the cold air. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. I almost convinced myself I had gone mad, that exhaustion had conjured the entire thing. Then, faintly, it began. A laugh. My laugh. It drifted from the tree line, low and jagged. Another laugh joined it, higher, sharper. The sound of a woman. Then a child's laugh. High, pitched and eerie. Within moments, the clearing echoed with dozens of voices, all laughing together, weaving into a chorus that made my skin crawl. My flashlight beam trembled as I swept it across the trees. Something moved. At first, I thought it was a deer stepping into the clearing. But its legs were too long, its stride too smooth, its head tilting at an unnatural angle. It stopped at the edge of the light, eyes glowing faintly red. "Daniel," it said. The voice was mine, perfectly mirrored. My chest seized. I raised the flavor gun, my hand trembling. "Stay back," I whispered, though my words sounded like smoke in the silence. It stepped closer. Its limbs bent wrong, joints snapping as it shifted from 4 legs to 2, its antlers twisting. Sprouting faces in their tangle, faces I recognized. Martin's, a hiker who'd vanished last spring, a young woman who'd gone missing 2 summers ago. All staring with glassy eyes, mouths open in silent screams. I fired the flare. The red light burst, bathing the clearing in fire. For a moment, the creature shrieked, its body writhing, faces stretching and collapsing beneath its skin. The sound was deafening, layered with dozens of voices, my own among them. The flare sputtered and fell, and darkness rushed back. The creature loomed closer, smiling wide, teeth too many, too sharp. Its mouth opened, and my own voice spilled out. "Let me in, Daniel." I stumbled back, heart pounding, fumbling for the sidearm. I fired again and again. The shots deafening, the muzzle flash revealing glimpses of its face shifting through 100 forms. Mine, Martin's, my father's, strangers I'd never seen. The bullets passed through useless. The thing didn't bleed. The laughter swelled, so loud it rattled the trees, until I thought my skull would crack from the sound. Desperation surged. I grabbed the knife from my belt and slashed as it lunged. The blade struck something solid, cold as ice. The creature shrieked, recoiling, its body twisting violently. Faces rippled across its skin, mouths opening in a chorus of screams. For a moment, I thought I had won. It staggered, limbs jerking, antlers snapping. Then, with a final laugh, it melted into the shadows, dissolving into the mist until only silence remained. I collapsed in the dirt, chest heaving, knife slick in my hand. The clearing was empty. The recorder still blinked red, capturing everything, though I didn't dare listen. I stumbled back to the trail, half blind, running until the glow of the station lights appeared through the fog. I never retrieved the cameras. I never played the recorder. I told no one the truth. I wrote in the logbook that the campsite was clear, that the missing hiker evidence was inconclusive. My colleagues believed me. They had to. But I know what I saw. I know what spoke my name. It hasn't left me. Even now, years later, I hear it sometimes. A laugh drifting through the trees when the forest grows too quiet. A whisper of my name carried on no wind. Sometimes I wake to find frost on my window, streaked with 4 long lines like claws pressing from the other side. I am Ranger Daniel Whitaker. I have spent my life in the wilderness, teaching others to respect its dangers, to understand its language. But there are things in these woods that do not belong to us, things that wear our voices, our faces, our memories. I met one, and it is still waiting. My name is Ranger Nathan Caldwell, and I have been serving in the National Park Service for 14 years. I am 41 years old, originally from Oregon, and I have always found peace in the solitude of the woods. From my earliest memories, I preferred trees to crowds, silence to chatter, the endless mystery of trails to the cramped certainty of towns. That instinct shaped my life, carrying me through forestry school, seasonal jobs, and finally into a permanent post in the northern Rockies. I know these ridges and valleys, as well as I know my own reflection. I can tell black bear from grizzly by the curve of a track, elk from moose by the tone of a bugle, storm from wind by the way branches lean. My pride has always been that nothing in these woods could catch me unaware. But that pride was broken one autumn night, when I learned that not every shadow belongs to something I can name. It was late October when it began, a cold night with a moon so thin, it was hardly more than a scratch in the sky. I had been assigned a routine sweep of a trail that wound past an abandoned ranger outpost deep in the valley. The outpost had been shuttered for years, but occasionally transients tried to shelter there. My job was simple: hike in, check for signs of intrusion, and return before dawn. I strapped on my pack, tightened my jacket against the chill, and set out with my flashlight bobbing across the narrow path. The forest was still at first, my boots crunching softly through frost-coated leaves. Every breath puffed white in front of me, fading into the dark. I had walked the trail countless times before, and I expected nothing more than the creak of branches and the call of owls. But about halfway in, I realized something had changed. The ordinary night sounds, the crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, even the rush of wind through pine, had gone silent. The forest felt as though it had been wrapped in glass. I slowed, my throat tightening, ears straining for the slightest hint of movement. For a moment there was nothing, only the thump of my own heartbeat. Then, faintly, came the sound of footsteps. Not mine. They paced behind me, slow, steady, perfectly timed with my own. I stopped. The sound stopped too. I swung the flashlight back, the beam slicing through trunks and frost. Empty trail. My breath clouded the air as I stood frozen, waiting. Finally, forcing myself forward, I began walking again. The footsteps followed. By the time I reached the outpost clearing, my nerves were stretched thin. The building loomed in the dark, its windows boarded, roof sagging. I swept the light across it, expecting nothing more than peeling paint and broken shutters. Instead, the beam caught on something else. A figure. It stood near the porch, half in shadow. Tall, too tall, its head brushing the eaves. Its limbs looked wrong, too long, joints bent oddly. My stomach lurched. I raised the light higher and it vanished. Not walked away, not slipped into the trees. Gone, as if it had never been there. I forced myself toward the building, boots crunching loudly in the silence. The air smelled faintly metallic, like blood. I mounted the steps, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Dust coated the floor, undisturbed. No sleeping bags, no footprints. I swept the beam across the empty interior and felt the tension in my chest ease slightly. Maybe exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Maybe the footsteps had been echoes of my own. I turned to leave. That was when I heard it. A laugh. Low, hollow, jagged, spilling through the outpost walls. My breath froze in my chest. The laugh wasn't mine, but it was close. Like a recording of my voice, warped, broken, stretched. It came again, circling, filling the small space until the walls seemed to vibrate with it. Hello. My voice cracked as it left my throat. Silence answered. Then, softly, a whisper slithered through the dark. Nathan. The sound paralyzed me. My own name, spoken in my own voice, but distorted, too deep, layered with something else. My flashlight beam quivered across the walls, catching only dust and empty wood. I stumbled back out the door, heart hammering, breath tearing in my chest. The clearing was empty, but the silence pressed close, heavy and wrong. I forced my legs into motion, half running down the trail, the beam of my light bouncing wildly. The footsteps followed again, closer now, sharper, as though whatever was behind me had shed any pretense of hiding. I didn't look back. Every instinct screamed that if I turned, I would see something I wasn't meant to. I ran until the faint glow of the trailhead lanterns came into view, until the truck's metal frame reflected the light of my beam. I threw myself inside, slammed the doors, locked them with shaking hands. The forest stood quiet beyond the windshield, ordinary, still, but my name still echoed in my ears, the sound of it spoken in a voice that was almost my own. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat at the table in my cabin with the lights on, the radio silent, my hands trembling. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure by the porch, too tall, too wrong. I heard the whisper again, my name curling like smoke through the dark. I told myself it was a trick of exhaustion, of nerves, of isolation. I told myself anything to keep from believing. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something in the forest had spoken my name, and it wasn't finished with me. The following morning, I sat in the ranger station with a mug of coffee cooling untouched in my hands, staring at the logbook. The pen hovered above the page, but no words came. I should have recorded what I had seen and heard the night before. That was my duty. But how could I? No one would believe a word of it. Encountered tall figure at abandoned outpost. Heard my own name spoken in my own voice. It sounded insane even in my head. Instead, I wrote something brief and vague. Patrol completed. No trespassers. Outpost clear. A lie or maybe a half-truth, but it was safer than the alternative. Even so, I couldn't ignore what had happened. I couldn't just pretend the forest hadn't spoken my name. By mid-afternoon, I decided I would return. Not alone this time, or so I told myself. I would bring equipment. 2 trail cameras, an audio recorder, fresh batteries. If I was losing my mind, then I needed proof, one way or another. And if I wasn't, then I needed evidence to show someone else. Before this thing decided to step further out of the shadows. The hike back to the outpost felt different in daylight. The sun was pale, filtered through thin clouds, but even that little light gave the illusion of safety. The forest breathed again. Birds chattered, squirrels skittered through branches. The wind stirred leaves across the path. But beneath it all was an unease I couldn't shake, a hum beneath the noise, like the woods were waiting. When I reached the clearing, I forced myself to pause, to breathe, to take it slow. The outpost stood quiet, boards sagging, roof patched with moss. In the brightness of day, it looked ordinary, abandoned, even harmless. But my skin prickled as if I were being watched. I set one camera facing the porch, another deeper into the tree line, both angled to cover the clearing. Then I placed the recorder on the same porch step, where I'd first seen the figure. Its red light blinked steadily, fragile against the weight of the silence. I lingered longer than I should have, scanning the woods, but nothing stirred. Finally, with my nerves stretched taut, I turned and made my way back. The hike felt longer than usual, every shadow tugging at my attention. I reached the trailhead just as the light began to fade and drove straight to the station. That night, I couldn't resist checking the recorder. I sat alone in the equipment room, headphones clamped tight, laptop screen glowing pale in the dark. For the first half hour, there was nothing, just wind in the trees, the faint creak of the outpost boards. I leaned back, exhaling in relief. Then, at the 42-minute mark, the audio changed. It began as static, soft at first, then louder, jagged, like the tape itself was tearing. Through it came a sound that froze my blood. My laugh. Hollow, stretched, warped. It played once, then again, looping. Then it broke into words. Nathan. I ripped the headphones off, heart slamming in my chest. The word had been clear, sharp, unmistakable. My name, in my voice, spoken by something that wasn't me. I wanted to burn the recorder, to smash it against the floor. Instead, I shoved it into my locker and sat trembling until dawn. The following day, I retrieved the cameras. The first one, facing the porch, showed nothing unusual, just hours of still frames, the forest unmoving. But the second camera, the one aimed at the tree line, was different. For the first few hours, nothing. Then, near midnight, a shape flickered into frame. At first I thought it was a trick of light, but frame by frame, it became clear. A figure. Tall, too tall, limbs long and thin. It stood at the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the trees. It didn't move for nearly 15 minutes. Just stood there, facing the camera, unblinking. Then, in a single frame, it was closer. No transition, no blur of movement. Just gone from one place and there in another, directly at the edge of the lens. Its head tilted sharply, eyes glowing faintly red in the infrared. Its mouth opened wide. Though the camera had no audio, I could see the shape of the word forming on its lips. My name. I slammed the laptop shut, bile rising in my throat. My hands trembled as I locked the camera back in the cabinet. Proof didn't feel like victory. Proof was worse. Because proof meant I wasn't imagining this. Proof meant it was real. That night, I sat awake in my cabin with every light blazing, my sidearm on the table. Midnight came and went in silence. By 2 a.m, my eyes were burning, my body heavy with exhaustion. I nearly drifted to sleep when the scratching began. Slow, deliberate, dragging claws across wood. It came from the side of the cabin, just beneath the window. I froze, breath locked in my chest. The sound grew louder, climbing the wall, raking against the frame. My pulse thundered as I reached for the flashlight and swung it toward the window. 2 eyes gleamed back. They hovered just beyond the glass, too high, unblinking. They blinked once, slow, deliberate, then vanished. The scratching ceased. Silence pressed against the cabin walls like a living thing. I sat in the chair until dawn, body rigid, heart aching with every beat. When I finally stepped outside, frost glittered across the ground. Prints circled the cabin, some hooved, some elongated like human feet, toes gouged sharp, and across the window pane, etched deep into the frost, were 4 long lines. That day, I told myself I would leave. Transfer requests weren't uncommon, and I had enough years to ask for one. But when I filled out the form, my hand froze. What if it followed me? What if leaving the valley didn't matter? The thought festered all day, gnawing at the edges of my reason. By evening, I knew what I had to do. Running wasn't an option. Hiding wasn't working. The only way forward was through. I would go back to the outpost, alone, at night, with recorder and flares and nothing but my own will to keep me steady. I would face it directly, whatever it was, because I could no longer stand the waiting, the circling, the laughter in the dark. That night, as the last light drained from the sky, I strapped on my pack, holstered the sidearm, and set off down the trail once more. The forest swallowed me, and with every step, I felt it listening. The trail to the outpost felt different under moonlight. The trees leaned closer, their bare branches clawing at the sky, the mist curling low around the ground like smoke from a dying fire. Each crunch of my boots sounded too sharp, too loud, as though the forest were amplifying my presence. My flashlight cut a trembling beam through the dark, but it felt weak, swallowed by the shadows before it reached the next bend. By the time I reached the clearing, my body was slick with cold sweat despite the night air. The outpost loomed like a skeleton, its boards sagging, its windows hollow black sockets. I stopped in the center of the clearing, my breath coming fast, my pack heavy with recorder, flares, and sidearm. My chest felt tight, my ribs aching with each inhale. The silence pressed in. I set the recorder on the porch step, its red light blinking steadily in the dark. The tiny pulse seemed defiant, fragile proof of my intent to document whatever came. I drew the flare gun and held it ready. Then I whispered into the emptiness, "I know you're here. I know you can hear me." For a long time, nothing stirred. The clearing remained still, the trees unmoving. My shoulders ached from the tension of holding still. Then, faintly, a laugh rippled across the clearing. My laugh. It started soft, stretched thin, hollow. Then another laugh joined it, higher, jagged. The voice of a woman. Then a child's laugh, shrill and sharp. Within moments the air was filled with sound, dozens of voices laughing together, weaving into a chorus that rattled the walls of the outpost. My stomach twisted as my flashlight beam shook across the trees. At the edge of the clearing, something moved. At first it wore the shape of a deer, antlers twisted like roots, body too tall, too thin. But as it stepped forward, the form unraveled. Limbs lengthened, joints bent backward with audible cracks, skin stretched too tight across bones. Faces rippled across its surface. Men, women, children, all with mouths open in silent screams. Its eyes glowed red, unblinking, fixed on me. Nathan. The words spilled from its mouth in my own voice. Then my father's. Then my mother's. Then strangers, all layered together, speaking in unison. My knees threatened to buckle. I raised the flare gun with trembling hands and fired. The red light burst across the clearing, bathing the creature in fire glow. It shrieked, a sound so piercing it rattled my bones. The faces writhed, mouths stretching, the screams deafening. For a moment it staggered, but then it straightened, smiling, rows of sharp teeth gleaming. The flare sputtered and died, darkness rushing back. "Let me in, Nathan," it whispered, lips peeling back too far, voice thick with layered tones. I fumbled for the sidearm and fired again, and again, the gunshots deafening, muzzle flash strobing its shifting face. Bullets ripped through it, but there was no blood, no resistance. The holes closed instantly, skin rippling like water disturbed. The laughter swelled again, dozens of voices, hundreds, until the sound filled every corner of the clearing. Desperation surged. I grabbed the knife from my belt and slashed wildly as it lunged. The blade struck something solid, cold as ice, and the creature recoiled, shrieking. The ground vibrated beneath my feet as its body twisted violently, faces rippling, mouths opening in a chorus of screams. For a moment, I thought I had won. But then its head snapped back, antlers cracking, and it let out a sound that was neither laugh nor scream, but something older, something that made my vision blur and my ears ring. The red eyes locked on mine, unblinking, and for a heartbeat I saw myself staring back. My face, my eyes, my grin, wide and hollow. I stumbled back, terror boiling in my chest. The recorder's red light blinked steadily on the porch step, capturing everything. The creature's gaze flicked toward it, and then, in a blur of motion, it dissolved into the shadows, vanishing as though it had never been there. Silence slammed down, so heavy it roared in my ears. My knees gave way, and I collapsed in the dirt, chest heavy, sweat freezing against my skin. The clearing was empty. The recorder still blinked. I snatched it up and staggered down the trail, half running, half falling. My flashlight beam jerking wildly across the trees. Every shadow seemed alive, every branch reaching. I didn't stop until the glow of the trailhead lanterns appeared through the mist. Back at the station, I locked myself in the equipment room and played the recorder with shaking hands. At first, it was only static. Then the laugh began. My laugh, jagged and warped. Then the voices layered together, speaking my name, repeating it over and over, until the sound dissolved into a distorted shriek. I ripped the headphones off, bile rising in my throat. I never told anyone. I couldn't. The evidence was too strange, too impossible. I kept the recorder locked away, But sometimes when I passed the cabinet, I swore I heard faint laughter seeping from it, muffled, waiting. Weeks passed, but the fear never left me. At night, I still hear it. A laugh drifting faintly through the trees. A whisper of my name carried on no wind. Sometimes I wake to find frost streaked across the cabin window. 4 long lines etched into the glass, as though pressed from the other side. I know now that it was never about the outpost. That was only where it chose to reveal itself. Whatever it isn't tied to one place. It followed me home, and it hasn't stopped following. I am Ranger Nathan Caldwell, and I have spent my life reading the language of the forest. I believed I understood its dangers, that I could explain every sound, every shadow, every silence. But I was wrong. There are things in these woods that wear our voices, our faces, our names. They do not belong to us. They do not belong to this world. And once they know you, they never let you go. My name is Ranger Evelyn Caraway. I am 34 years old, born in Spokane, Washington, and I've worked with the National Park Service for nearly a decade. I have served posts in the Cascades, the Tetons, and now in Olympic National Park, where the forests grow thick and the air tastes of rain. I know the habits of the animals here, the rhythms of the tides, the way the fog drifts over the valleys like a living thing. Most nights on patrol, I can explain every sound, every shadow, every ripple of water. But one night in late summer, at a lake far off the main trails, I learned that not everything in the wilderness follows the rules we've written for it. It was near midnight when I reached the lake. I'd hiked nearly 6 miles into the backcountry to check a site where some campers claimed they'd heard strange noises. By the time I arrived, the forest was utterly still. No crickets, no frogs, not even the buzz of mosquitoes at my ears. The silence pressed hard against me, thick and unnatural. I have always trusted silence as a warning, the forest's way of saying a predator is near. But this silence was different. It didn't feel like caution. It felt like absence. The lake lay before me, round and smooth, reflecting the moon so perfectly that it looked like a second sky spread across the earth. Not a breeze stirred its surface. Not a single ripple broke the reflection. I stood at the shore, my flashlight dimmed, watching, uneasy. Then I saw it. Movement. A shape gliding across the surface, steady and slow. At first I thought it was a beaver, broad body, pointed head, moving with that familiar low glide. Relief pricked through me. Animals, I could handle. But as I watched, a knot of dread formed in my stomach. The water didn't move. The animal crossed the lake from one side to the other without disturbing the surface. No ripples, no wake, nothing. It was as though it was moving across glass, not water. I squinted, leaning forward, my breath shallow. It reached the middle of the lake and stopped. For a long moment it floated there, perfectly still. Then its head turned. Slowly, deliberately, toward me. The beam of moonlight caught its eyes, but they didn't shine like an animal's. They were flat, dark, depthless. I froze, my heart hammering. Then, without warning, its body began to sink. Not a splash, not a ripple. Just sliding down into the glassy surface, vanishing silently until nothing remained. The lake returned to perfect stillness, moonlight unmarred. I stood there for what felt like hours, my hands trembling, the silence wrapping tighter around me. Finally, I forced myself to turn back to the trail, every step heavier than the last. When dawn came, I returned. The sun painted the surface in gold, mist curling low across the water. Everything looked ordinary. Birds called faintly from the trees. Insects buzzed at the shoreline. Almost I could believe I had dreamed the whole thing. Then I saw the prints. In the mud at the water's edge, pressed deep and clear, were handprints. Not paw prints, not webbed beaver tracks. Hands small, child-sized. The sight made my blood run cold. The prints trailed down the shoreline, then vanished into the water, as though something had crawled in on hands and knees. I knelt, tracing one with my glove, my throat tight. The fingers were too long, the impressions too sharp, the nails gouging deeper than they should. I backed away, my breath ragged, the silence creeping back in around me. I should have radioed it in. I should have logged it, photographed it, reported it to my supervisor. But when I opened my mouth to speak, no words came. Because what could I say? That I had seen a beaver glide across water without a ripple. That handprints the size of a child's led into the lake and didn't come back out. Instead, I left. I hiked back down the trail, the weight of those prints pressing on me with every step. And all the while, one thought dug deeper and deeper into my mind. That wasn't a beaver. And whatever it was, it had looked at me. I spent the rest of that day trying to convince myself I had seen nothing more than a trick of light and exhaustion. My mind replayed the sight of that smooth water again and again, the way the animal had glided without disturbing the surface, the way it had turned its head to look directly at me. But memory has a cruel way of sharpening the details you wish would fade. No matter how I tried to frame it, the fact that the mud bore child-sized handprints refused to let me rest. By evening, I had decided to go back. Not alone this time in spirit, though I still went in person. I brought the kind of equipment I used for patrol documentation, 2 trail cameras, an audio recorder, and a flare gun strapped to my hip. If something was at that lake, something I couldn't explain, then I needed proof. Because the only thing worse than knowing what I'd seen would be wondering forever if it had only lived in my imagination. The trail felt different on the second hike. The forest was busier, the normal calls of birds flitting between branches, the occasional snap of a branch as deer bounded away from my footsteps. It should have been reassuring, but it wasn't. Everything sounded distant, hushed, as though it were happening behind a wall of glass. By the time I reached the lake, twilight had sunk over the trees, the air heavy with mist. The water was the same as before. Smooth, too smooth. Lakes breathe even when they look calm. Wind stirs them, fish rise. Insects dance on the surface. This lake lay silent and still, a black mirror swallowing the sky. I set the cameras on trees flanking the shoreline, angled toward the water. The recorder I placed on a flat rock at the edge, its red light blinking steadily. Then I sat back. My boots sunk into the mud, my flashlight dimmed, and waited. The first hour passed in silence. I checked the recorder twice, my nerves tightening each time I saw the small light still flashing. Proof I wasn't only imagining my fear. The forest seemed to hold its breath with me. Then, faintly, I heard it. A splash. Relief surged. Finally, something normal. I leaned forward, eyes fixed on the water. But the surface remained undisturbed, glassy and smooth beneath the fading moonlight. The sound came again, sharper, closer, like a body breaking the surface. Still no ripples. My throat tightened as a shape glided into view. Broad, low, like the beaver I had seen before. It moved slowly, steadily, cutting across the water toward the center. I raised the flashlight beam, but the surface reflected it back at me like polished stone. The animal moved without resistance, as though floating above the water rather than in it. Halfway across, it stopped. My breath caught. Its head turned, slow, deliberate, toward me. Again those eyes, flat and dark, without shine or reflection. I wanted to run, but my body refused to move. The thing began to sink. This time, I was close enough to see. Its body did not dip beneath the surface the way a creature dives. It melted. Its outline blurred as though dissolving into the lake itself, vanishing without so much as a ripple. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. I stumbled back from the shoreline, my boots slipping in the mud. My flashlight beam shook wildly across the trees. Nothing. Just stillness. I forced myself to grab the recorder and turn it off. My hands slick with sweat. Then I caught sight of the ground where I had been sitting. New prints. The mud bore fresh impressions. Small hands. Pressed deep. The fingers long and sharp at the tips. They weren't there when I had first sat down. My breath tore from me in a ragged sob as I staggered back. The prints trailed toward the water, overlapping with the ones I had found the morning before. I yanked the cameras down, stuffed them into my pack, and fled the clearing. My boots pounded the trail, every snap of a branch, behind me twisting into the sound of pursuit. I didn't stop until the glow of my cabin windows broke through the trees. That night, I locked the doors and set the cameras and recorder on the table. My hands trembled as I plugged the first camera into my laptop. The screen lit with images of the lake, frame after frame of smooth water. For nearly an hour, nothing. Then, at 11:46 p.m., a shape appeared. The same broad body, low to the water, gliding across the surface. It froze mid-frame, head tilted toward the lens. The image pixelated strangely around its eyes, as though the camera itself struggled to render them. In the next frame, it was gone. No splash, no blur, just gone. The second camera caught something worse. Not the animal, the shoreline, at 11:48. As I sat there with my boots dug into the mud, the lens recorded impressions forming in the soil around me. No body, no shadow. Just prints sinking into the earth, as if invisible hands were crawling toward me. One set of prints pressed inches from where my boots rested. My stomach heaved. I snapped the laptop shut, bile burning the back of my throat. The recorder was worse. I forced myself to listen. Headphones clamped tight, hands shaking. At first, it was ordinary. Wind in the trees, my own breathing, the faint scrape of boots in the mud. Then came the splash, a hollow sound too sharp, echoing against silence. I leaned closer, every nerve taut, and then I heard it, a voice. Faint, high-pitched, childlike. I tore the headphones off and flung them across the room, heart hammering, breath tearing in my chest. My name, spoken in a voice no child should have in that place. I sat awake the rest of the night, every light in the cabin blazing. The equipment shoved into the closet. I tried to tell myself it was an artifact of the recording, a trick of sound, my name twisted from noise. But I knew better. Because when the forest finally fell silent outside my window, I heard it again. Not from the recorder, not from memory, from the lake. My name, carried on no breeze across miles of trees, whispering into my cabin like it had never let me leave. I did not want to go back to that lake. Every instinct in me screamed that returning would be suicide. But the truth is, once the wilderness gets its hooks in you, there's no escaping it. You can walk away from a trail, but you can't walk away from the memory of what you've seen. And after those handprints appeared around my boots, After I heard my own name whispered, in a child's voice on the recorder, I knew it wouldn't matter if I stayed away. The thing in that lake already knew me. It had marked me. 3 nights later, I stopped fighting the pull. The day had been gray and heavy with mist, the kind of weather that makes the forest smell of wet stone and moss. By sundown, the silence outside my cabin had grown unbearable, pressing against the windows, whispering for me to move. I strapped on my pack with trembling hands. Inside the flare gun, my sidearm, fresh batteries, the recorder, a hunting knife. Proof, I told myself. Proof that I wasn't mad. Proof that something unnatural lived in those waters. The trail was black beneath the trees, the moon only a faint blur behind clouds. My headlamp carved a narrow tunnel of light, bouncing with each ragged breath. The forest grew quieter. The closer I came, the silence pressing harder, until the sound of my own boots seemed like a violation. When the lake came into view, my chest locked. It was waiting for me. The water was smooth as glass, reflecting the sliver of moon like a blade laid across its surface. No breeze stirred it. No insects skimmed it. No frogs called from the reeds. Just silence, heavy and absolute. I set the recorder on the same flat rock where I'd placed it before. Its red light blinked faintly, fragile against the darkness. Then I stood at the shoreline, flare gun in one hand, flashlight in the other, and whispered hoarsely, "I'm here." At first, nothing. My voice seemed to vanish as soon as it left my lips, swallowed by the silence. Then, faintly, a ripple spread across the far side of the lake. My stomach lurched. Another ripple. Then another. But when I leaned forward, my blood ran cold. They weren't ripples at all. They were prints. Handprints. Pressed into the surface of the water as though it were soft mud, one after another, moving steadily toward the center. The surface didn't break. No splash. No wave. Just imprints, sinking and vanishing as new ones formed ahead. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the flare gun. The trail of handprints reached the center of the lake, then stopped. Silence. Stillness. My heart thudded painfully in my ribs. Then the surface bulged. A head broke the reflection. Not a beaver. Not any animal I'd ever seen. The head was too round. The eyes too dark and flat. The mouth stretched into a thin, wide line. Water should have cascaded off its shape, but none did. The lake remained perfect, glassy, unbroken. It stared at me, and I felt something inside me recoil. "Evelyn." The voice was faint, high-pitched, childlike. It crawled across the water, threaded into my ears, lodged in my chest. My knees wanted to buckle. I raised the flare gun and fired. The red light screamed upward, bursting across the sky, flooding the clearing in crimson. For a moment, the thing writhed. Its head split wider, the mouth opening far too far, revealing not teeth but endless black. The water beneath it churned, but only in reflection. When I looked directly at the surface, it remained smooth, perfect, unmoving. The recorder captured everything, its tiny red light blinking frantically. The creature sank slowly, silently, vanishing beneath the glass. Relief surged until the mud at my feet shifted. I looked down. Handprints, fresh ones, pressed into the mud between my boots. My chest seized. More prints formed, crawling toward me, invisible hands pressing deep into the earth. I stumbled back, nearly tripping, my flashlight beam jerking wildly. The prints kept coming, closer, closer, until they reached the edge of my boots. Then they stopped. Silence. The recorder hissed faintly, static rising. I grabbed it with shaking hands, stuffed it into my pack, and fled the shoreline. My boots pounded the trail, my breath tearing ragged in my throat, the trees clawing at my arms. Behind me, faint but sharp, I heard it. Not shouted, whispered, over and over, drifting between the trunks. 100 voices, 1,000, all childlike, all wrong. I didn't stop until the cabin door slammed behind me. I locked it, shoved a chair against it, and sat on the floor with my back pressed, hard to the wood, gasping for breath. My entire body shook so violently I could barely hold the recorder. When I finally found the courage to press play, what I heard made my blood run colder than the lake itself. At first, silence. Then my own voice. I'm here. A pause. Then the sound of water shifting, faint splashes that shouldn't have existed. And then, clear as if a child had been sitting right beside me, the voice. Evelyn. The word repeated, growing distorted, layered, until the tape filled with hundreds of voices, speaking my name in unison. And beneath it, so faint, I almost missed it, another phrase. Stay with us. I snapped the recorder off and hurled it across the room. It clattered against the wall and fell silent, the red light finally dying. That was weeks ago. I haven't been back to the lake. I can't. But I know it hasn't forgotten me. Some nights, when the air grows too still, I wake to find condensation streaked across the cabin window. And when I wipe it away, I see them. Handprints. Small. Child-sized, pressed into the glass from the outside. I am Ranger Evelyn Caraway. I have spent my life believing that the wilderness is a place of beauty, danger, and order, its creatures bound by instincts I could learn and predict. But the lake with no ripples is not bound by any law of nature I know. It holds something older, something that wears innocence like a mask, something that calls names. Not because it knows you, but because it wants you to know it. It called mine. And one day, I fear, I will answer. My name is Ranger Scott Pruitt. I am 48 years old, and I've spent most of my life in and around the Smoky Mountains. These hills raised me. I was born in a small Tennessee town just outside the park boundary, and some of my earliest memories are of walking the ridges with my grandfather, who could name every tree, every bird, every holler. I joined the Park Service straight out of college, partly out of duty and partly out of love. For 20 years, I've hiked these trails, tended the campsites, rescued lost hikers, and stood watch over the bears, elk, and deer that call this place home. I've heard the local stories. Every ranger does. Ghost lights dancing on ridges, voices calling from the trees, and, most of all, the spirit deer. Hunters and hikers alike whisper about them white stags that appear without sound, with eyes like fire. Omens of death or change. I never gave the stories much weight. Folklore clings to mountains like moss, but most of it can be explained away. Animals are strange enough without needing ghosts to make them scarier. Or at least, that's what I thought until last fall. It was late October, the air sharp and clean, the trees blazing with color. I was on patrol along a less traveled ridge trail when I saw it. At first, I thought it was nothing more than luck. One of those rare moments where nature offers you a glimpse of something extraordinary. A deer stood just off the trail, half shadowed beneath an old oak. Its coat was pure white, gleaming faintly in the fading light. Its antlers tangled with moss like it had stepped out of some old painting. I froze, struck by its beauty. Albino deer exist, rare but real, and some native stories say they're sacred messengers. My instinct was to capture the moment, not with a rifle like a hunter, but with my camera, I lifted it slowly, careful not to spook the animal, and focused the lens. That was when the deer looked at me. Not just looked, locked eyes, as though it recognized me. Then, slowly, it stretched its lips back, and it smiled. The sight froze me in place. Deer don't smile. Their mouths aren't built for it. But this one pulled its lips back until its teeth gleamed in the dim light. Rows of teeth that didn't look like a deer's at all. Too flat. Too even, too human. My stomach lurched. My finger pressed the shutter almost on reflex, snapping a photo. The click echoed too loud in the silence. I glanced down at the screen. The image was nothing but a smear of white light, blurred and featureless. No deer, no trees. Just a streak like a burned-out bulb. My breath caught. I looked back up, and it was closer. The deer now stood in the center of the trail, no more than 10 feet away. Its eyes fixed on mine, lips stretched wider, teeth bared in a grotesque parody of a grin. My hands trembled on the camera. My instincts screamed that I was prey. I reached for my sidearm. I didn't want to shoot it. Not yet. Not unless it lunged. But I needed to break the moment. I fired a warning shot into the air, the crack splitting the stillness. Birds exploded from the nearby branches. My ears rang. I blinked, and it was gone. Not fled, not bounding into the brush. Just gone. The trail was empty, the silence rushing back heavier than before. I stood frozen, ears ringing, chest heaving. The smell of gunpowder sharp in the air. I tried to tell myself it had bolted while I blinked. Deer can vanish fast, melting into trees like ghosts. But the way it had disappeared, without sound, without motion, felt wrong. I left the trail quickly, my boots crunching too loud on the leaves. The whole way back to the truck, I felt eyes on me, as though the forest itself was watching. I told no one at first. What would I say? That I'd seen a smiling deer. That my camera showed only a smear of light. My colleagues would have laughed it off, chalked it up to exhaustion or whiskey. But a week later, I returned to the same ridge. And that was when I found the marks. On a maple trunk, deep and fresh, were teeth marks. Rows of them gouged into the bark. At first glance, they looked like a beaver's work, except they were too high off the ground. 5 feet up, far above where any beaver could reach. I leaned closer, my throat tightening. The impressions were flat and even, not the ragged chiseling of animal teeth. They looked like human bites. I stepped back, bile rising in my throat. The pattern stretched wide, wider than a human mouth could open. It was as though something had gnawed at the tree not to eat, but to leave a mark. A message. The forest around me was silent again, heavy and watching. My hand twitched toward my sidearm, but nothing stirred. Still, I could not shake the image of the deer's grin. Those two, human teeth glinting in the fading light. I don't believe in folklore. I don't believe in omens. But I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere in the Smoky Mountains, something wearing the shape of a white deer is still smiling. I didn't sleep much the week after finding those teeth marks. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that grin. The white deer standing in the middle of the trail, its lips stretched impossibly wide, its teeth lined too evenly, too human. I tried to tell myself it had been a trick of light and panic. Deer gnaw bark sometimes, especially in winter. Maybe the marks on the tree weren't what they looked like. Maybe I'd been alone too long. But deep down, I knew better. The following Saturday, I went back. Not on assignment, just because I couldn't leave it alone. Curiosity and fear are close cousins, And once they start gnawing at you, they never stop. I packed a camera, spare batteries, and my sidearm, and set off at dawn, mist still heavy on the ground. The forest was quiet in a way that set my teeth on edge. Birds sang faintly at first, but the higher I climbed toward the ridge, the more they hushed, as though even they knew not to break the silence. When I reached the maple tree, my stomach tightened. The marks were deeper. Not fresher, exactly. Deeper. As though something had returned in the night and bitten into the same place again and again. The gouges cut almost halfway through the trunk, the wood frayed and splintered. I crouched and touched the grooves with my glove. They were damp, as though saliva had mixed with sap. My throat clenched. I raised the camera and snapped a photo. The screen flickered once, then froze, the image blurring into a white smear, just like before. I cursed under my breath and shook the device until the screen returned. The photo was gone, replaced by a corrupted file. I should have turned back, but I didn't. I pushed deeper into the ridge, boots crunching over leaves, the silence pressing closer with each step. After a half mile, I found another tree. This one was a poplar, younger and thinner. The bark was shredded in the same strange pattern. But worse than that were the tracks in the dirt beneath it. Hoof prints. At first glance they looked normal, but as I leaned closer, my stomach turned. The prints were too deep, as though whatever had made them weighed far more than any deer should. And the shape was wrong. Elongated, the edges sharp, almost like a split human foot. I straightened slowly, every nerve alight. The air felt heavier, colder, though the sun still burned pale through the trees. My ears strained for sound. Nothing. Then, faintly, came the crunch of leaves. Not mine. I froze, pulse hammering. The sound came from behind, steady, deliberate. I turned slowly, hand on my sidearm, and saw nothing but trees. Still, the crunch grew louder, closer. My flashlight beam shook as I swept it through the undergrowth. Then the smell hit me. Wet earth. Rotting leaves. And beneath it, the faint metallic tang of blood. I backed toward the trail, my boots slipping. The crunch of steps followed, always just out of sight. My heart thundered, my throat tight. Finally, I broke. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms, roots caught my boots. But I didn't stop until the trail widened and the faint shimmer of the road appeared through the trees. When I finally reached the truck, chest heaving, sweat chilling my skin, the forest fell silent again, as though nothing had moved at all. I slammed the doors, locked them, and sat gripping the wheel until the shaking stopped. That night, I dreamed of the deer. In the dream, it stood outside my cabin window, its white coat glowing in the moonlight, its face pressed against the glass, lips stretched, teeth bared. It didn't blink. It only grinned. And when I tried to move, I couldn't. My body wouldn't listen. The deer whispered my name, soft and jagged, though its mouth never moved. I woke with a shout, drenched in sweat, my heart racing. The window pane was fogged with condensation, streaked by 4 faint lines, like something had pressed against it from outside. The next morning, I told myself it was just a dream. Condensation makes strange shapes, but when I stepped outside, my stomach dropped. The ground beneath the window was disturbed. Hoofprints. Deep, sharp, edged, leading away into the trees. I should have left then. Put in for a transfer, driven until the mountains were a memory in the rearview mirror. But pride and fear are close cousins too, and I told myself I couldn't run from a deer. So I stayed. I kept patrolling. I kept pretending everything was fine. But the signs grew worse. Trees gnawed high up their trunks, gouges too neat, too deliberate. Tracks appearing in places they shouldn't, pressed into hard stone, as though weight alone had carved them. Twice I found scat that reeked of rot and bone, far too large for a deer, filled with shards of bark, and something that looked like teeth. And always, I felt eyes on me. One evening, just before dusk, I was walking a narrow trail when I smelled it again. The rot, the metallic tang of blood. My throat clenched. I raised the flashlight, sweeping it across the trees. For a moment, nothing. Then, between two trunks, it stood. The white deer, 10 yards away. Its antlers tangled with moss, its coat glowing faintly in the fading light. It didn't move, didn't blink, just stared, lips curling slowly into that impossible grin. My hand went to the sidearm. My breath came shallow and fast. Get back, my voice shaking. It didn't move. Then, slowly, it stepped forward. The grin stretched wider, the teeth gleaming too human, too many. Its eyes glowed faintly red in the beam. My chest locked. I fired a warning shot into the dirt between us. The crack split the silence, echoing through the ridge. When the smoke cleared, the deer was gone. Not bolted, not leapt. Gone. I staggered back to the truck, my legs trembling so badly I could barely drive. I kept glancing at the mirrors, half expecting to see its pale shape gliding behind me. The forest looked ordinary again, but the silence lingered, heavier than ever. That night, I didn't dream, but I woke at 3 a.m. to a sound outside my cabin. Gnawing. Slow, steady, deliberate. When I finally found the courage to look, I saw the tree in my yard. A young oak, strong and green. Its bark was torn with fresh teeth marks. And beneath it, in the dirt, were hoof prints. Pressed deep, facing the cabin. I didn't report the oak tree outside my cabin. I didn't tell anyone about the gouges, the gnaw marks, or the hoof prints pressed deep into the dirt like someone had hammered stakes into the ground. What was I supposed to say? That a deer with a human grin had followed me home. No one would believe it. And worse, some part of me knew that speaking it out loud might make it more real, might invite it closer. But silence didn't stop it. For days, I felt the weight of eyes on me. I would be on patrol with other rangers, chatting casually about the changing colors of the trees, and then in a blink the forest would grow still. Birds quiet, squirrels frozen, and I'd feel it, watching, grinning, just beyond sight. The night it forced my hand was the coldest of that October. A hard frost had spread across the valleys, turning every leaf brittle, every shadow sharper. I woke just after midnight to a sound so low and steady it seemed woven into my bones. Gnawing, slow, deliberate, wet. I sat in bed, my chest tight, listening. The sound came from just outside the cabin wall, my window. My body wanted to lock up, but I forced myself to move. I slid out of bed, sidearm in hand, and crept toward the window. Frost coated the glass, blurring the shapes beyond, but I could see movement. A pale shape shifting slowly in the moonlight. The gnawing grew louder, the sound of teeth grinding wood. I wiped the frost from the pane with a trembling hand. It was there. The white deer. Its face filled the window. Lips curled back in that impossible grin, rows of flat human-like teeth sinking into the frame. It didn't blink. It didn't stop chewing. It just stared into my eyes as the wood splintered between its jaws. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. My hand tightened on the gun, but I didn't fire. Something deep inside me whispered that if I did, it would come inside. That bullet holes wouldn't stop it. Instead, I ran. I grabbed my pack, already half, packed from restless nights of planning escape, and shoved flares and knives into it. I bolted out the back door into the frozen night. My breath came in ragged clouds, my boots crunching frost as I fled into the trees. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The forest swallowed me. The gnawing stopped. Silence pressed in, thicker than snow. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I stumbled up the ridge trail, flashlight beam jerking wildly. Then, faintly, from behind me, came the crunch of hooves. Slow, steady. I ran harder. Branches whipped at my arms, the cold air burning my throat. But the sound stayed with me. Sometimes close, sometimes farther, always just behind. At one point I dared a glance over my shoulder. It was there. The white deer, gliding between the trees. Its pale form too bright against the dark, antlers tangled with moss, lips curled wide. Its eyes glowed faintly red, reflecting the beam of my light. It didn't run. It didn't need to. No matter how fast I moved, it was always there. I don't know how long I fled before the trail opened. Into the same ridge clearing where I had first seen it. The maple tree still bore the deep gouges of its teeth, dark sap frozen in the cuts. I stumbled to a stop, chest heaving, sweat freezing against my neck. My hands shook as I raised the flare gun. This ends now. I rasped, though my voice cracked. The woods grew still. The crunch of hooves stopped, for a heartbeat silence. Then it stepped into the clearing. Closer than ever. 10 feet away. Its grin stretched impossibly wide, teeth gleaming in the frost. Its body was too tall, too heavy. The air warping faintly around it, like heat rising from asphalt. My knees buckled under the weight of its gaze. It spoke. Not in words I understood. Not in a deer's cry. Something between. A sound low and guttural, stretched into a mockery of language. But buried inside the noise, I swore I heard my name. Scott. My blood ran cold. I fired the flare. The red light burst across the clearing, washing the deer in fire. For the first time, it recoiled, head snapping back. Mouth splitting wider, too wide, teeth stretching into rows upon rows. A shriek tore from its throat, jagged and wrong, rattling the branches until frost fell like rain. Faces rippled in its pale coat. Half seen, human, mouths opening in silent screams. I fired again, the second flare hissing into its chest. The light seared, but it didn't bleed. The skin rippled like water disturbed, then closed over the hole. It staggered, then straightened, grin sharper than ever. I drew my sidearm and fired round after round, muzzle flash strobing the clearing. The bullets passed through like smoke. The deer stepped closer. My back hit the maple. My throat closed. In desperation, I drew the knife and slashed as it lunged. The blade struck something solid, cold as ice. The deer shrieked, staggering back, its body twisting unnaturally. The grin faltered just for a breath before it widened again. The air thickened, pressing against my lungs. The forest rang with its laughter, high jagged, too human, too many voices at once. My vision blurred. My legs buckled. I thought I would collapse. Then, without warning, it stopped. The deer stood perfectly still. The laughter cut off. The grin froze. Its red eyes locked on mine one final time. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Not running, not fading. Gone. The clearing fell silent. My knife dropped from numb fingers. My chest heaved as I slid down the maple trunk, gasping, shaking, staring into the empty space where it had stood. That was 3 months ago. I haven't seen the white deer since. But I know it isn't gone. The trees around my cabin, still bear fresh teeth mark some mornings. Sometimes I wake to find hoofprints pressed into the frost outside my door, always facing the house. And sometimes, in the stillness of night, when the wind dies and the forest holds its breath, I hear it. A low knowing sound. And beneath it, faint and jagged, my own name. I am Ranger Scott Pruitt. I have lived my life among these mountains, believing I knew every sound, every danger, every shadow they held. But the white deer is no animal. It is something older, something that wears a grin because it knows what we fear. And it is still waiting.